Test. Testing 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Work and that's easy and body work. And the sky overnight. Scattered snow showers, 20s and 30s for lows. Snow showers again tomorrow and highs in the 50s. The place is supported by Palo Alto Networks. Palo Alto Networks delivers what's next in cybersecurity innovation. Read more at paloaltonetworks.com.
On the program today, the humble American consumer. We are going to revisit the European economy, see if there's something famous. And just on the phone, from an all for public media. There is market time.
The place is supported by Hardware. Dedicated to dealing with programs for the economy, and the small sector.
Yes, after 5 years.
Good evening and welcome, everybody. I'll call tonight's meeting to order. And for starters, I'll ask Councillor Sheridan to identify himself since he's participating remotely tonight.
Jim Sheridan.
Thanks, Jim. All right, I'll say a few words about meeting logistics. If you're joining remotely, please change your name display to your first and last name. And when you address the council, please start by stating your name and where you live. We ask you to keep your comments, your questions to under 3 minutes. And if you're speaking about a specific agenda item, please keep your comments germane to the topic at hand. If you wish to speak, you must be called on by the mayor. And if you speak out of turn, not discuss non-germane topics or go on too long, you may be interrupted and asked to adjust your comments or behavior. We have next on the agenda to approve the agenda. Is everybody happy with the agenda, including the time allocations? All right. I'll consider the agenda approved. And now is time for general business and appearances. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on any topic that is not on tonight's agenda. Again, you must be requested or must be recognized. We ask you to state your name and where you live, and comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. Is there anybody in the room who'd like to be recognized? Steve,
Somebody want to go first, Mike?
you want to go first, Mike?
Good evening, council. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to take a few seconds. I'm Mike Miller. I'm the planning director for the city. And just to let the council know, if you've seen the weekly report, you've already seen that last week, it was a very badly kept secret. But last week we did officially receive, so we can publicly announce that the city, Montpelier City Plan 2025 was the Northern New England chapter of the American Planners Association Plan of the Year for this year. So I was able to go and collect this last week. Good. So it was very nice. It was a very nice meeting. It was great to see Ben there, even if he wasn't able to stay for the awards. It was great to see Ben. But I did want to go and let you know and the public know that we have got another award, and we'll see how this goes, because it'll move on to see how it fares on a national level. So
Great work, Mike. Congratulations. It's a real credit to you, your department, the planning commission, and all the people who worked on this.
yes. Thanks, Mike.
Or in the courtroom.
All right. Anybody else like to be recognized? Steve.
There's 2 more copies. You got it in the email too. Focus for me. So I wasn't gonna waste time on that. Okay, Steve Whitaker, Montpelier. Tonight I'm speaking about accountability, or more precisely, the lack of it.
in how the city manages the Country Club Road property. What's happening there should alarm every taxpayer, every parent, every government official in Montpelier. It's become a case study in how public safety, environmental integrity, and honest government collapse when no one's held accountable. On an active brownfield site where arsenic, lead, mercury, and residues of the banned pesticide heptachloroepoxide have been documented above Vermont soil safety standards, the city allowed unapproved excavation near a stream, installation of disc golf posts, recreational use by children on untested soils. Under Vermont's investigative and remediation of contaminated properties rule, also called the I rule, any soil disturbance on a regulated site requires prior written approval from the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Conservation, acting under authority of the Secretary. No such approval has been produced, and I personally requested it. That's not a paperwork oversight. It's a conscious decision to sidestep the law. I didn't see anyone operating the orange Kubota excavator, but on November 6th, I observed it parked on site. When I returned the next day to document the activity, I found extensive disturbed soil near the stream, loose earth that will wash down slope with the next rain, carrying whatever contaminates lie in it. Across the fairways, I found piles of gravel dropped in multiple spots with no clear purpose. When I asked who was responsible, many said they don't have any idea. Parks Director Alex said they must be from the Frisbee Golf folks, as if the city had no idea who was altering the landscape of a regulated brownfield. He never did answer the simple question on whose authority and with what approvals were these materials moved and placed. And here's an even more troubling twist. The person who spearheaded the disc golf installation is credited with directing those gravel placements is Peter Walk, former Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Conservation. The very official who once helped enforce Vermont's brownfield laws is now tied to a project that ignored them on a site designated a brownfield only months later. If that doesn't show how blurred the lines have become between regulators and the regulated, I don't know what does. These unapproved site activities are only one symptom of a deeper problem, a city operating without environmental oversight or coordination between departments. While soil was being moved without permits, another office was preparing to reopen the clubhouse building for public use, a building surrounded by those same untested soils and never cleared for reoccupancy under the brownfield rules. For 2 winters before this, the same building was used responsibly as a temporary winter shelter for adults indoors on concrete without disturbing contaminated soils, a humane limited use of a hazardous site. Then the city leased the building to Turtle Island, inviting toddlers and infants into a structure ringed by untested soil without completing the required supplemental site investigation or corrective action plan. Even worse, when Stone Environmental drafted its 2024 testing plan, staff redirected the sampling away from the daycare center in favor of testing the Feast Farm fields, choosing to test where vegetables would grow rather than where children would play. That's a dangerous and telling set of priorities. Meanwhile, city staff permitted soccer practice and disc golf play on those same unremediated soils. The EPA and the CDC both warn that normal outdoor play kicks up dust and soil particles that children can breathe or ingest. So even if these aren't technically, quote, regulated soil disturbing activities under the I rule, they're recognized exposure pathways, and that's the whole point of brownfield regulation, to prevent exposure versus before it happens. These patterns reveal a city more concerned with optics than with compliance. We clear out the unhoused while we expose children to contaminated soils. We talk sustainability while undermining our brownfield liability protection. We chase federal grants that could be revoked if regulators conclude we ignored site control requirements. Montpelier doesn't have a brownfield problem, it has a governance problem. The issue isn't just what's in the ground, it's what's missing in City Hall: accountability, transparency, integrity, and the courage to follow the law even when it's inconvenient. Sunlight isn't the enemy of this city, secrecy is. And what you got filed was this renewed temporary restraining order on the lawsuit that you were served 2 weeks ago, that Jack is trying to evade service, which is a violation of the bar ethics.
Thanks, Steve. To my knowledge, we've not been served.
You were served by John while I was here, and it's on camera, and you handed them back to him at the break.
No, none of that happened.
Oh,
Is there anyone else?
I'm
Jim,
glad you lied on tape too.
Jim Sheridan.
None of that happened.
Jim Sheridan, City Councilor, District 3, Montpelier, Vermont. I would like to discuss transparency myself and the manager sessions that we just went through. I had a bunch of neighbors that were looking forward to watching them. People in the senior center were looking forward to watching them that I had talked with. A number of people wanted to watch them. They knew they couldn't take part. They just wanted to watch. After all, this is going to be their city manager too. But I saw we were going to go into executive session. So I asked why. And I was given a flimsy excuse by the mayor that, gee, somebody might have not told their employer that they were going to be looking for another job and they might be found out. I wouldn't hire that type of person personally, because they're going to just do the same thing to us possibly. So that was not a good excuse for me. All of these people in the questions we sent to them said they were fine with transparency in the search process. Some even said they welcomed it. Peter Kelman was there and he was very upset. He was in the meeting why we weren't going into it. He asked each counselor to answer why we weren't going into it. Palin and I didn't answer because we weren't voting for it. Ben and Sal never gave him an answer. We already know the mayor's answer. Carrie gave him another flimsy answer like, well, it's set up this way, like we don't have the power to change it. Ian isn't our boss. He doesn't tell us what to do. So I didn't see any point in it. So anyway, we go into the session. We're lined up like little AI robots, given a turn to ask a question. And he can't even ask our question. I wanted to ask my own question, not some boilerplate question that was handed to me that the person already had read so he could figure out how he wanted to answer me or us. So I just decided to leave the sessions. I wasn't going to waste my time in them. There's so many ways to check people out. There's Google, there's online accounts, social media. They had sent in a bunch of answers to questions. There's resumes. You don't necessarily have to go into those things to do them. But, the city manager is our most public employee. They live in a fishbowl like we do. They ought to be, I'm sure if we would have asked them, hey, we're going to do this, not in an executive session, I'm sure they would have said, yeah, I'm fine with that, because the people want to know. The problem is we aren't a government that is of, by, and for the people. And the people are our boss. So anyway, I just pulled out, didn't do it. So then I find out, one of the counselors told me that there's talk being wanting to blacklist me from continuing in this search because I did not attend those sessions. So I made myself a plan to deal with that because I know my rights as an elected city official. So I got ready to talk to a lawyer, and anybody that was going to vote to blacklist me, I was going to sue them. And I was going to sue the city because I know that I would have been right and won. And sure enough, I see the council hired a lawyer to find out, which was a really smart move, because if you would have gone ahead, I would have won, because the lawyer said you didn't have any right to do that. And so they probably spent a little money to save a lot of money from the lawsuit. I'm a politician of the people. I'm out among them more than any of you. I believe that they should be part of what we talk about and see. All they were going to hear was questions asked and answers. not too much to ask. So I'm going to tell you all, actions speak louder than words. Words are cheap. And I'm going to tell you, there are no cheaper words than are spoken in political politics. That's where you'll always find the cheapest words. Go to the bridge and look at what some of the counselors said after the executive session from White and Burke. Their comments are right in there. Oh, we should do better, or I agree it didn't look good, or something about the perception of transparency. It wasn't a perception of transparency, it was real transparency. And so basically, that, check the bridge. You'll see the articles people made. So what do? We go right into executive sessions right after that with the candidates. So again, look at their actions, not their words. Cheap words all around. I have no problem with anybody hearing what I want to say in executive session. I've been a counselor a long time, gotten a lot of nice comments about how I'm the voice of reason, the one with common sense. Heard them hundreds of times. Got a real nice one the other day, Monday, when somebody said, you're a bad politician, but you're a great representative. That's how I look at myself, as a representative, not a politician, because I don't play the political games. We can do things a lot better. I spoke to you all about this is a good chance to look good after we look bad about this. But no, outvoted on all the other ones 5-1. I understand this is going to put me out on a limb. I was put out on a limb my very first meeting when I criticized the CCR. People don't vote for my motions. They don't listen to me. I've been on the wrong end of more 5-1 votes than anybody here, I'm sure, if you see the record. I have constantly voted not to go into the executive sessions. And I wish that we would be more transparent, because a lot of people want to see. And like I said, we're a government of, by, and for the people, but apparently I'm the only one that believes it. Pretty sad, really. So I guess what I'm going to have, the next executive sessions that we're going to do real soon, I won't vote to go in, but I will go in. But I'm going to ask my question. I'm not going to ask some question that's put in my hand, some boilerplate question that I don't want to ask. I'm going to be asking my question, because you know what? None of you are my boss. Ian isn't my boss. None of you are my boss. So I'll be asking my own questions. And
Thank you,
not
Jim.
one- I'm
Are you
not
done?
done. No,
Okay.
I'm not done yet.
You're
So,
I think you're way over 5 minutes.
well, I'll just say a couple final things then. I will not be coming to city council meetings, not for a number of reasons, but mostly because of a health reason. So I will be doing Zoom from now on. And I guess seeing how I'm going to be put out on a limb, which I always have been in my career, I'm very comfortable doing that. Guess I'll have to be a watchdog like Steve. Only I'm a little different than Steve. One, I have a little more credibility than Steve. And number two, I'm on the inside. He is better with the laws than I am. And he's more of a terrier at your ankles than I am. But I'm going to be watching. And I'm going to tell you right now, you do something that I think is wrong, I'm going to call you out on it. And I'm going to hit you hard. I'm not a person that backstabs like was being done to me about taking away my right to be in the interviews. I'll stab you in your face and you'll see me coming. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, Jim. I think it's important to correct two of the misrepresentations that you made in your statement. One, with regard to meeting the public, what the applicants were told and asked to agree to was not that all the candidates would be presented to the public, but the final three candidates would be disclosed to the public, and everybody agreed to that. Nobody agreed to having any preliminary interviews or applications disclosed to the public.
What's the difference,
Second,
Jack?
second,
No
every,
difference in that,
Jim,
Jack.
Jim, don't interrupt, I'm talking. Second, every interview included an opportunity for any council member to ask any question they wanted to ask. Nobody was prevented from asking any question they wanted to ask, and just like anyone else, you will be offered an opportunity to ask whatever questions you want. Is there anybody else that'd like to be, okay, Zach?
Zach Hughes, Montpelier. I regret to inform this council, and I want to pay tribute to a gentleman who meant a lot in the peer world. His name was Stephen Morgan. He served in a couple different roles that I was aware of. Stephen Morgan worked at Another Way as their executive director from 2009 to 2012. Then he did some variety different things, and then he ended up going to Intentional Peer Support, a major training organization for peers, and he really helped turn that organization around. That organization's run by Sherry Mead and Chris Hansen. And unfortunately, he was missing starting around October 28th out in Utah. They found him in his van, probably, I think it was either yesterday or early this morning. So I'd like to just pay tribute since he did some work here in this very city in the mid 2000s and in this peer world. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. I agree. This is a real loss. When I saw the note that he was missing, I didn't have a good feeling about that. Thanks. Anybody else like to be heard? Yes, sir.
Michael Mason from the.
Please step up to the mic because, and then bring the mic over to yourself because we're also broadcasting and we need to hear what you're saying.
Michael Mason from the United Motorcyclists. We're the ones that do the toy run into Montpelier. And I just want to make sure that I'm reading the agenda right and that fees that are being applied to using the streets and stuff, is that under the parade article? Am I reading that right?
Yeah,
That's
that'll
the
be on,
agenda?
we'll be taking that up
Okay,
later.
I'm new at this. Thank you very much. I
Yes,
just
well,
want-
thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the room would like to be recognized? Anybody online who has not raised your hand yet? Okay, we can move to the next item, which is the consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
We approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, we can move on to item number 6, FEMA status.
Great. So I'm going to take it from here. There are a few folks that are joining online, and so I just would like to maybe start this conversation off with a brief introduction. But before I do, the intention of this particular item is to brief council and the public on where we are with the flood 2023 projects, and then also to provide you with an update on our 428 alternative procedures submission. And also request that we consider an amendment to the Stevens and Associates contract, which we'll bring forward at the next meeting next week. But we wanted to give you a little bit of time to think about that. So just getting right into it with the introduction. So on the Zoom call here, we've got a couple folks from VEM, and we have someone from Stevens and Associates. So maybe if you could introduce yourselves. We've got Mark, Thad, Brian, and Bob. And maybe I'll just, there you go, Brian.
Hi all, Brian Everhart, I support Vermont Emergency Management on hazard mitigation. So I'll be happy to talk about that in a little bit. Kelly?
Awesome. And then Thad, I'm just kind of, it's almost sort of like the Brady Bunch here. I'm just going across the line.
Yeah, how you doing, Thad Morris? Also support Vermont Emergency Management with FEMA policy and all things FEMA.
Awesome. And then Mark?
Hello, I'm Mark Johnson. I'm the Recovery Section Chief with Vermont Emergency Management.
Super. And I believe we're going to have Bob on the line too. I don't see him up there in the names. So Bob, if you're there, if you want to give a brief introduction, otherwise I'll just sort of get underway with our presentation. So just to give you sort of a sense of where we started with our 4720 projects. We had 40 projects. We currently are at the point right now where, let's see here. So we have 40 projects, 29 have been obligated, 11 are still pending. And so that's pretty good. We're getting pretty close to sort of rounding the corner on being able to finalize our projects. Just for a sense of, just total numbers. So it was about $11 million of projects for those 40. Of that, about 7.275 million was for the municipal complex. And so that's sort of the request that we have as part of the 428 alternative procedures that I want to talk to you a little bit about. But to date, we've received almost all of the funding, less sort of the largest part there, which is the alternative procedures projects. But we've got about $1 million or so left to go in reimbursements. And so we're making progress. And so I just wanted to sort of, brief on that status. And just to give you a sense of the types of projects that are still out there, we've got the Feast Farm Nursery. I've mentioned this a couple times over because this is sort of the big ticket item, but the municipal complex, Marvin Street slope failure, there's a couple of others, but I won't get into sort of all of the projects at this point. I can provide an update at any point if you'd like it. We are approaching another series of deadlines for reimbursement. And so the Feast Farm, for instance, the reimbursement is, we've got to get everything in by December 31st. And then for our municipal projects, the deadline is January 14th. So we might end up seeking an extension on that. And, hopefully that's a possibility as we go forward. But really before us and in your packets, for the 428, because that's the largest chunk of this work that needs to be done. There's the letter that we submitted on March 20th, and I just kind of want to walk you through the timeline of that submission. And so what we did is we contracted with Stevens and Associates back in May of 2024, and they provided us with a report that gave us plans and alternatives. And from there, council selected the preferred option, which then we put a package together to get in front of FEMA, which we got a presentation on last December. And so with those designs, we were able to submit the 428 letter, which is in your packet. And so the total cost for repairs and mitigation, the whole sort of suite of options is at about 27 million. And we're at the point right now where FEMA is taking a very close look at our project, and what they've really kind of honed in on is the 406 mitigation measures. And so we've got Brian and Thad here to kind of get into those details with you a little bit, just so that you know kind of what those parts of the process look like. But what I did want to note is that, the initial sort of contract value with Stevens and Associates was about $469,000 to get the reports in place. That will be reimbursable once we get through the full process. And what we need right now is to add to that scope of work so we can bring the fire station up to standards that the City Hall and PD are up to at this point. So when we submitted the packet of information to them, we went based off of the preferred alternative, which would be to, if you'll remember, and it's in the packet, to repair City Hall to codes and standards, to repair the fire station, the police station, and to put sort of some protections in place against a future flood. There are other mitigation items that we could do, such as filling in the basements of both the fire and city hall, and moving the fire station to a new location, which I think is actually something that we probably really should consider doing. And so one of the requests that we're going to come back to you with is a proposal with Stevens and Associates to do additional work to get the fire station proposal up to standards so that FEMA can review it as part of our 428 process. And so if you're looking at sort of the breakdown of costs, that's the $9.4 million number. So we're just looking to sort of validate that. That would be $34,000. Right now, to date, we've spent $435,000. Adding this contract would bring us to about what the total value of the contracts have been. We just wanted to be clear and transparent about that. So I want to maybe just give Thad and Brian an opportunity to kind of talk about that process a little bit and sort of, what that might look like. And so I don't know who would like to go first, whether it's Thad or Brian. Maybe we want to talk a little bit about the 428 process and then talk about the specifics around mitigation.
Thad, do you want to do 428 and I'll do mitigation?
Sure. Yeah. So thanks, Brian. Thanks, Kelly. And thanks to the council. Appreciate you taking the time to let us come to your meeting tonight. And it's my second time. I was here a couple years ago when we first got all this started in 2023 or 24. I can't even remember. But the way that the process works and to try to keep it as, in layman's terms as possible, FEMA is going to pay you guys for any uninsured municipal losses to whatever your codes and standards would require, plus what we call 406 mitigation. You always hear that 406 mitigation, which is cost-effective add-on mitigation measures that you can do based on certain ratios or benefit cost analysis, which is software that allow you to go above and beyond, right? To do what's smarter than leaving the fire hall in place, even if the codes and standards allow you to do so. But and the FEMA programs allow for all of those type of improvements on resilience, right? The problem with it, or not the problem, the challenge with it is that FEMA doesn't have the technical capacity or expertise to like deliver you with your project. You can have the idea, but they can't take it forth with you. You have to produce the data and the information to help get it to the next level. And in the case of where you guys have gotten so far, and I've been working with the city team, including Kelly and Sarah and Zach for this whole time, working with FEMA. They've been one of our best applicants in the state. But I think we've developed the project to where we pretty well got it where, you could get back in those buildings with codes and standards. There's still some discussion on, dry flood proofing versus elevating some utilities. But like that minimum option of, reoccupying it, even though the fire trucks would still be there, they'd be protected, you couldn't use it. That is where you're at. But in order to get you guys to the next level, which we believe we can, because you have the repetitive loss, you have the data to support these other more resilient outcomes, which have to still be developed. We would need those resources that Stevens and Associates can provide to develop that and get through the FEMA process, which is going to be dynamic, right? They're going to ask for different things presented in different ways. And that is, we want to present to FEMA this package of this is what these costs would be to safely relocate there, not just in codes and standard sense, but making it more resilient. And this is what we think that cost would be, including mitigation, which might include a benefit cost analysis, which I'll pass off to Brian. But we need to produce the data, something concrete for them to look at. So that's sort of the process in a nutshell. And I guess I'll defer questions till the end. Brian?
Yeah, thanks, Thad. In essence, what was submitted for hazard mitigation was kind of a shell of an idea. And so FEMA rightfully is asking good questions about that to understand it better and to see how it fits into their program. Not all mitigation measures are eligible, so they want to think critically about it. And so this is if city decides to continue forward to further develop like engineering and cost estimates that FEMA can kind of grapple with and understand that will enable you all to potentially millions of dollars of eligible funding. It's not a guarantee. There is going to be back and forth with FEMA, but right now what's been submitted probably will struggle to be awarded. So it is, our suggestion to make it more robust, to develop it further, to think it through in more detail, and to provide more documentation to FEMA than was available at the time. So as Thad mentioned, one of the potential requirements may be to demonstrate that the project is cost effective. And FEMA has different standards depending on each situation. And there may need to be something called a benefit cost analysis in FEMA's toolkit. We'll kind of cross that bridge when we have more data. But right now we kind of have a shell that's $9.4 million more than the current repairs plus codes and standards. And we're going to try to validate that number and add more specificity to it. So Kelly, do you have any more things we can cover, or any prompts for us, how we can support you?
No. So, I mean, what I would like to do is bring back a proposal from Stevens Associates, and we do have it drafted, but I wanted to at least give you sort of a status update, and then also know that there would be an additional request and an amendment to the contract, so that then we can kind of get the additional numbers in place so that we could hopefully see the 9.4 million for a new fire station. That's what it essentially sets us up for. And so we've got to do a little bit more work. We did not do the same robust analysis that we did with the other buildings, because frankly, we were really focused on codes and standards and just, getting the buildings back. But I think the reality is that we also could and would benefit from having a new fire station that would be outside of the floodplain during these events. And so that's what this would set us up for.
Thanks, guys. For somebody, for the benefit of those who don't spend a lot of time week to week or month to month thinking about this, codes and standards just means that reconstructing a building to current building codes and standards, even if they're more stringent than what was in effect when the building was constructed, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions from council members?
So if there are no questions, then I will go ahead and bring the proposal to next week, and it'll probably likely be on the consent agenda just so that we can kind of work the amendment with the existing contract, which falls into, sort of what we've already kind of authorized at this point.
Yes, Al.
I recall that when we were talking about this, I don't know, maybe a year ago, that in the past, we've considered building a new fire station and couldn't find a location. Do we have a location in mind if we were to get this money?
Yes. So, just so for review purposes, we have kind of structured this so it would be in the back City Hall lot because we own that lot and it's the central location downtown. We know that, if we probably would work on getting this funding first, but then we might look at site acquisition as part of this project as well. But once we, know what our 428 offer will be, then we can kind of determine whether or not we would need additional funds. But to answer your question more directly, yes, we have identified a location that the city currently owns that the fire station could go. But we probably would want a more robust review of alternative sites.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And just to add to that too, FEMA in this particular process sort of expects a bit of a theoretical situation that's eligible to be evaluated. And so developing it in more details to say, this is a place we could do it, will help them to kind of be able to actually review it. Without knowing the site or whatever, it's hard to design. So it gives them something that they can kind of put their hat on. So.
Thanks, everybody. Kelly, while it's not exactly this discussion, but it's related, can you give everybody an update on the City Hall elevator?
Sure, happy to. So a while back, we did sign a contract to get the elevator back in place. And so that is under development right now. We anticipate that we should be back up and running by the end of February. I know that's a long time, but elevators, especially the one that we have that is custom, it takes a while to get that going. So February is what we're hoping for, but I'll keep providing updates as we move along.
Okay, thanks. Any comments or questions from the public? Seeing none, we can move on to item 7, Country Club Road Design Competition.
I'm gonna go up there, yeah. All right, so we have some folks, we'll bring everyone up, we'll get settled. So, I think Doris and I can go up there, and then maybe the sister Doris and we've done. And then, next we're gonna go after you. So Dorothy, you all. Okay, there's not much room. All right, I'll sit over here, so I'll control the card line. All right, here's Renee. I don't know if anyone, I printed handouts of the designs. So I only printed 2 because it's from my personal computer.
You used up all those.
I did use up all my ink. Did 2. So I was gonna support our downtown, but I'm being honest.
Oh,
Zero to you.
Thank you.
These are also in your packets, but I figured, handouts are.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I'll get everything set up here. Here's
I
the
remember this.
results. There's the voting. Anyone else take a look at this? You just print them out. Well, this is really exciting. I'm gonna move over to this table. So we just got done with our award ceremony at the high school. Which everyone did so great. It was fun. All the posters were up, and so now this is our formal presentation. So I have so we have our slides. Let's get settled in here. Okay. So Vision Montpelier. So good evening, everyone. So it was a great honor to co-host Vision Montpelier. My co-conspirator, Sandra Vitzum, was not able to attend tonight. She had a prior engagement. But huge shout out to her. She did tons of work, hosted 8 community events, worked with the middle schoolers, just really worked so hard to get this up and running, got our sponsors to support prizes, which we awarded tonight to all the winners. And thank you to our sponsors, AIA, Architect. Oh man, I knew I should have. I was looking at you, like American Institute of Architect, Vermont chapter, Hunger Mountain Co-op, Blossom Wellness Center, and Let's Build Homes. They supported the awards for our contest. I'm just going to say that this contest exceeded my expectations. Just things I never thought of happened, and I'm just so proud to have gone through this process. And you know, just the community engagement, I think in engaging the students in this process was an unintended consequence that just blew my mind. And you'll meet Dorothy here in a minute, who's a 5th grader that you'll be as wildly impressed by her as I am. In total, we received 16 design submissions. 8 were for Main Street Middle School out of a 6-week course that they attended to learn about design, landscape architecture. They toured the Country Club Road. They had 5 different presenters come and talk to them about, you know, the specialty of, you know, architecture and planning and landscape design. So it was not in the school curriculum, but it was something that they went above and beyond to participate in, and they used Country Club Road as our model to design. We had submissions from Norwich University, which we have a couple of students here tonight. University of Vermont also submitted a design, and we had folks from Montpelier and beyond. Sandy attended a conference in Germany, and at that conference, she had a roundtable, and they used the aerial shot of Country Club Road to use their designs from Germany, Italy. It was really amazing. It's all in your packet. It's fascinating. So I think that part of getting the designs were really creative, and I hope that the council takes a look and gets inspired and feels the energy around all the brain power and excitement around, I think, one of the most beautiful properties in Montpelier. We had 8 community events. We had over 200 community members engage in those events. We heard a clear message that people want a flood resilient neighborhood, one where they can walk, they can bike, they can grow food locally, they can meet their neighbors. And I think most importantly, everyone says they want to live affordably. They want housing that is affordable. And so I say one of my favorite parts of this process was the 6-week course, which was led by Drew McNaughton, Hannah Bryant, and Sandra Vitzum at the Main Street Middle School. They were incredible in their designs, which you can see in your packet. But residents really want what we heard. They want smaller single-family homes, row houses, townhomes. They love the idea that there's recreation up there, that they could walk out and feel nature. There's a daycare center up there on site now. They really envisioned a vibrant, resilient neighborhood and one that could be the most desirable place to live in Montpelier. So there's hope, there's excitement, there's passion. It's just a really positive energy around this community. And I hope that you all feel that after tonight hearing from our guest speakers and just continuing this momentum as we go through the RFQ, RFP process and working with developers to really design and develop this property. And I forgot to move my slides. So I'm going to introduce Dorothy, who is a 5th grader at Main Street Middle School, and she's probably a little nervous, but it's going to be great. She inspired me. She attended our pop-up at the soccer field up at Country Club Road, and she came over. She was drawn to our tent at the Montpelier Fall Festival, and just within those 2 events, spent 4 hours designing Country Club Road and participate in the 6-week course at the Main Street Middle School. I think she is destined to become an architect or a landscape designer. Just watching her brain work and design this beautiful property was very inspiring. So I invited her here tonight to talk to you all and share her thoughts about the process. So I'm going to pass it off to Dorothy. You got it? Okay.
Hello, city councilors. My name is Dorothy Webb. I live on East State Street and I participated in the Montpelier contest. Thank you for this opportunity to tell you about my experience. It was a wonderful experience for me as a 5th grader at Main Street Middle School.
Dorothy, excuse me. Did you move the microphone closer to your mouth?
Yeah.
We all want to hear you. Thanks.
We had a weekly after-school club for several weeks, led by Sandy Vitsium. I was one of the several participants who created designs for the Country Club Road property. My design included features for all generations. I had elements for young children, older children, and adults of all ages. I also thought about drivers and pedestrians. I am a military kid, and I've been inspired by the many places I've lived with my family around the United States and in Europe. My time overseas showed me the value of houses built close together to create a close community. And I've also noticed a lot of well-maintained, large lawns and gardens across Europe. I included these in my design. The biggest thing I learned is that it's one thing to have a vision, but the real challenge is to create a realistic plan. Here are some of the practical things I learned to be considered in design, such as these. Hazards to humans and the environment, different population, like different people and different needs, the budget, and I definitely learned that roads are expensive to build and maintain, and public areas are also usually expensive to maintain. And space is definitely precious. I want to be able to give people enough space to make them feel comfortable but not waste space. And when it comes to transportation, people need to get around with cars and parking lots. They take up space in my design. So in my design, I wanted to encourage biking and walking, so I incorporated pedestrian walkways and bike paths across my design. Thank you for this opportunity to speak here tonight, and that is all.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dorothy. That was great. You're really good at it. Okay, so next we will have our Norwich, Tolia and, her students. Do you want to come on up? Can you steal one more chair? Yeah, you can take mine. Yep. So I have these up here. Oh, there's, okay. I'll start and I'll pass it to you.
Hi, I'm Talia Stoneroff, and I'm an architect here in Montpelier. So this was a really exciting project, and it's a collaboration between Norwich University School of Architecture and Art students and faculty, 9 students and 2 professors, including myself, and Stoneroff Workshop Architects, which is my firm. And I definitely want to introduce Sabian Garcia.
Hello.
Kat Sargent. I'm from Massachusetts.
These guys are both juniors in our architecture program. So this is a beloved site to me personally. I go to this site often, to my family, to friends, and to much of Montpelier. And we felt we just had to enter this. We had absolutely no time to do it. There was nothing built into our schedule or our curriculum. And we just felt like we had to do it though. So we carved out time. We, outside of class time, the students gave their time. This was not for credit. They just did it out of their own interest and passion. If anyone's hiring in architecture, hire these people. And I did the same with my co-teacher, Kara Armstrong, who is the associate dean. So Norwich and my firm, Stoneroff Workshop, we have been passionate about low-income, sustainable, contextual, small-scale housing models that are of the place. And we gathered our most appropriate housing models to incorporate them into what we heard the residents of Montpelier and Vermont wanted, these small-scale but individual housing models. But we also wanted to think about the civic side of this project. And so we were able to bring 2 student projects to the site, both in a community center and a rec center and a community center. So there are 2 sort of civic buildings that you can see here in that upper rendering. And for the site, we wanted to maintain the really beloved aspects that the site has now, the fields, the farm, the dog walking areas, the ski trails, the disc golf areas, and of course the daycare center, and wanted to make sure that those things were also incorporated into our proposal. So that's, I think, a bit of an overview of our process and our project, and I wanted to now pass it to my amazing students to talk about what they got out of it.
I don't know. I mean, I can talk about the design process a little bit more. Yeah, so it was difficult to get all of the needed program into the site while trying to preserve that open feeling. So we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what it was that the community actually wanted in terms of housing, because we got some data on the size of houses that the community was looking for, and we used that to influence determine
What
the distribution of models that we used for the housing. And it was a challenge because we wanted to keep the kind of organic walking paths and open spaces that existed, but we also needed to pack in a lot of housing to make it a worthwhile investment. So trying to make those 2 things work together was a challenge.
We wanted to preserve the site as much as possible. So the sledding hill and most of the trees were able to keep in and move around, especially the old growth trees that we have. Like, those are so important to the site.
Thank you. All right, so next up, we have our community perspective, Hanif, who is also a part of the, the Complete Streets Committee, and I will pass it off to you. I have these up here.
So my entry is called, the title there is Connecting People in Place. So that's the overarching theme. But it does draw on this award-winning city plan and its 6-point vision and values statement. The first statement reads, long-term, stable, diverse community. So I'm going to ask you for a little time travel to a little story to see how that can be realized. So let's imagine that we're in 2030. So the story begins when I turned 30 and we considered moving from Portland, Maine. I had an interview for this interesting new job. It would mean moving to Montpelier, Vermont. I didn't know a thing about the place until the interview. My prospective employer told me that the city sees me as essential workforce. Wow. So they have this incentive where they give you affordable housing for up to a year. We get an apartment in this really cool development. It's a sort of new uptown. Their downtown is in a flood zone. So this uptown, it's totally climate resilient, you know, net zero, real lean logic, but with bells and whistles. There's shared amenities. You can choose your membership tier, just as if we were in Portland. We went for the gym and aquatics. I mean, they're right there. And rentals for all the rec equipment you need, like seasonally. There's shared mobility. So we signed up for car share. And hey, a bike share that's in Montpelier, Barrie, all over. What? Oh yeah, about getting to work. That's my sweetheart just prompting me. So there's a shuttle bus that gets me into the downtown, close to my workplace. None of that scrape the ice off the windscreen, run the engine for 5, warm up the car. It's easy, convenient. After my workday, weather permitting, yeah, Vermont, right? I grab one of those e-bikes from the downtown hub just by my office. It's one of those cargo bikes. I speed down to the co-op for a shop. To get home, it's a breeze. I zip along the bike path up to those cool towers, the new gateway, and dock the bike at the station. That's a 5-minute ride. From there, oh yeah, thank you. Them's the towers. Lovely views. So it's a short walk home, up the hill. Scenic views as you climb the hill through that patch of woods, up into the upland village. That's their walkable neighborhood. Tiny homes, cute cottages, kids all about having their fun together. I mean, after school activities. So our apartment, it's right on top of the Uptown Transit Center. We love that we can use the roof terrace and even do some gardening up there. Super mellow views across the river to the mountains, miles off to the horizon. For a bit of buzz, social, we just walk up the boulevard. There's lots happening, actual nightlife. Oh yeah, the apartment. It's a 1-bed, nicely set up kitchen, living area, good for just the 2 of us. So we've been thinking about family. Maybe we'll settle here for a bit. I mean, in this community. End of the year, we could be buying into the new cottage cluster that's just finished. We thought about the row houses alongside the boulevard, but I think maybe we need the quiet location. So there's starter homes there, affordable, ready to move in. Well, we can always do some more work, some additions when the time comes. Across the road from that location, the cottage cluster, there's the community gardens, allotments, and those homesteaders doing their agrarian thing. Because there's a lot of land there for cultivation, because we've gone for density of housing here. Oops, sorry, took my hat off there. Hat's back on. Yeah, so the homesteaders doing their agrarian thing, the new back to the land and self-sufficient local economy. Long term, most of our friends couldn't dream that far. No way they could be buying for another 10 years. We could still be here. Her parents they'd set up down in Arizona, come back to New England, Vermont maybe, could be, even taking a place in that senior living complex. Close enough to help with the kids, but enough room for all of us to have a life. Make that intergenerational thing work. So you'll see that I've talked a lot about connection, connecting the people with the place. It really is a beautiful piece of land. And going back to this award-winning city plan, vision and values number 6, encourage pedestrian, bike, and alternative transportation. And I think you've heard from a lot of, or you'll see in a lot of the presentations, walkable, bikeable, livable, convivial, all of those things. And those were really the concepts. And actually the other points in the 6-point vision and values are a surprise to a lot of people that I've talked to along the way. It's like, oh, have places for spontaneous fun and joy. Did the city come up with that? That's great. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, that was wonderful. Oh, here's his pictures. Sorry, I should have sat here and scrolled through. There's his ideas. Okay. So in closing, really the vision, and I hope this inspires you and think about this as we work through the RFP process and get the interest from the developers to develop this beautiful land, that we can make this the most desirable neighborhood in Montpelier, and to keep that energy alive and to keep that vision of Montpelier that this is a flood resistant neighborhood. We can make this affordable for all. We have recreation, we have daycare. Here are just some quick numbers at a glance. My friend up there on the left, Casey, did our intro vision. She was part of our judging last night, and we judged all the entries. We had 8 community events. We had over 200 plus community participants, 9 students designed from the middle school, including 1 from Plainfield, 2 university submissions, UVM and Norwich. We had 3 international submissions, 1 from Westview Meadows, and 141 respondents to the survey, the voting that we had. We had our award ceremony right before this, and as I said, from our sponsors, we were able to provide really nice awards for some of the best designs that were voted on last night, and we gave them out today, and each student got a nice certificate. And so was all the recognition that we provided today. And just in closing, next steps, just for the council to think about these ideas and to incorporate them into the RFP process, and to really thank everyone. And Brian is here. I forgot to mention him. He's in the back. If you want to raise your hand, he was also part of our team, really building this with me and Sandra over the past couple months. It really was a community engagement process. We got everyone involved, from youth all the way up to who knows how much, but people want to be involved. They want to know what's happening. And I just hope moving forward, we can continue to be inspired, remain positive, and just be really thoughtful about this property, because it's going to be beautiful. And so I hope this inspired you all.
Thanks, Adrian. Do we have any potential? Do you see any potential RFQ applicants among the people you've talked to?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
No. Yeah,
Okay.
they weren't developers.
Yeah, I was thinking some of the architects, but fine.
Yeah. I don't
Great,
think so.
thanks. Karen.
I have a question. I just want to say thank you for making this happen. Thank you to everybody who did the designs. I had a lovely time one afternoon standing in front of the windows downtown with all of the designs spread out giant. It was great. And something that's really struck me about all of you who presented tonight is that you are clearly thinking about that relationship between the land and what could happen on the land, how people could use it. And you had different approaches to it, but you weren't just thinking, how can, you weren't just looking at a an area and fitting things in like puzzle pieces. You know, you were thinking about how this can actually work and how it can preserve the beauty of the land, and really appreciate that. So, thank you.
Thank you all for coming.
Yeah, Helen.
Nice to meet everybody.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, all the community members attended this event. I visited the website for the voting. I didn't vote. I just started. Then I said, oh, maybe it is not proper to me voting as a city council, but I have a one that I really like, and I will share it with our planning department. Maybe they just want to go and talk that design owner. Maybe it will be a good start of a collaboration. So thank you again.
Okay. Thanks all for doing this and for coming tonight.
Yeah.
Thanks, Adrian. Next up. Budget workshop number 4. Capital.
So while they're getting things prepped and started here, this is the 4th of our workshop series. And so next week, we'll be talking to you a little bit more about setting a target for the budget. And so we hope that these series have been helpful. And so for tonight, we're going to get into the capital plan, talk a little bit about our process and, you know, what's in it. And so without further ado, Sarah's got her presentation and Zach is joining her. So take it away.
Hi, Sarah LaCroix, Finance Director, Zach, Deputy Director of Public Works, to talk through our final budget workshop before next week. You know, Kelly stole my thunder. We will be making some tough decisions. You all will be providing some guidance to us as we build the budget, which you'll see on my final slide when we get to that. But this isn't necessarily to talk about what is in the capital fund this year. We met with the committee earlier this evening to talk about that, and we will finalize that with the committee at our meeting next week. This is more to take you through what capital planning and funding is for the city and in general, and you know where we have seen success and what we have some opportunities for in the future. And so I'm just going to take you through some riveting capital planning overviews, our capital plan itself. It's just some questions to think about, and again, the next steps here. And so what capital planning is, it is the capital infrastructure built and maintained by local government that's essential for a thriving community. The GFOA recommends that governments prepare and adopt comprehensive, fiscally sustainable, and multi-year capital plans to ensure effective management of all capital assets. And a successful execution of a capital plan is often linked to the government's ability to finance the designated projects as a matter of intergenerational equity, and debt also plays a key role in funding capital projects for many governments, which you'll see here. We do a model that involves debt for large infrastructure and pay-as-you-go for smaller infrastructure or pieces of equipment. And so you can see here, a multi-year capital planning has some key concepts: a well-designed plan that identifies priorities, expected needs based on strategic plan, asset lives, and community input. It also establishes scopes for the projects that we work and covers a 5 to 25-year period. Although I would like to note that it is common to see 3-year plans, and those are appropriate. We have been working to rebuild our plan since COVID and the flood, where we had significant deferred assets and maintenance. And so last year we came to you with a 3-year plan. This year, after our meeting today, we will come back with a 5-year plan for the capital committee, and then that will be incorporated into the budget presentation given on December 10th. And so a capital plan is a roadmap that outlines the government's intentions for public facilities and infrastructure. Here we have a ton of infrastructure: roads and bridges, parks and recreation, many public buildings, other municipal assets, and then water and sewer. I won't go into water and sewer here as we spoke about those in the last workshop, and they're not funded as part of this plan. They're funded through their enterprise funds.
So again, four main components of a sound multi-year capital plan include identifying needs, determining financial impacts, prioritizing capital requests, and developing a comprehensive financial plan. And so, we really have a good understanding of what our needs are and where we sit in the different life cycles of our different pieces of equipment and infrastructure and paving. And so, with some of the deferred issues we had related to funding, we are playing catch up. We are in a critical point where at times we are spending more on maintenance than we should have because we should have traded that vehicle 2 years ago, but we didn't have the funding source available to do that. So I think that as a city, we're working to prioritize and get us caught back up so that we can do more preventative maintenance and less putting the fire out. That's, Derek's job, not mine. And so we just want to make sure we keep on the right track. And so here, another big part of capital planning is maintaining transparency and accountability. We want to make sure that our process here is open, which is why we have capital committee meetings and make these presentations to the public. We want to hear people's thoughts and ideas as we start to make decisions so that they can be informed. Again, we document how all of these decisions are made. We provide regular reporting to the council. We'll have a survey out for the public, and we've also, been in front of you several times with these workshops to help engage the public, and capital, has been in all of those. And then we track our outcomes, our different projects and the vehicles we purchased as, we can give you an update on the lessons we learned. Was this the right truck? Maybe next time we buy a different model or outfitted differently. So there's a lot that goes into capital planning, and all departments are involved because our city is full of capital assets. And so really transparent, data-driven capital planning will help us build public trust, and it also supports responsible stewardship of community resources, funding, and assets. And so I think all of these are really important as we build our capital plan and move ahead as a city. We often talk about steady state. And steady state in municipal capital planning refers to the level of ongoing capital investment needed to maintain existing infrastructure and keep assets in good working condition without significantly improving or expanding them. And so we really are in a critical point where we've got to focus on what we have. We do need to look and grow, but we also need to focus on maintaining and improving what we have as we work to expand. And so you have to find a happy medium and what's important to you all and to the community. And so we've really focused on replacement, renewal, and routine maintenance as part of this capital plan as we work towards, paving steady state, which is a hot button topic. And so this is kind of a baseline for planning and budgeting, and we bring in new initiatives to supplement that while we focus on taking care of what we have today. And so our capital plan, I wanted to bring up a slide I shared it at one of our CIP meetings, because one of the goals of the strategic plan is infrastructure, and the goals are listed here: paving, water lines, water quality, lots of water. So again, the water and sewer funds aren't here, but we've spoken about those already. But we asked the CIP some questions. How aggressive do we want to be with the growth of the capital funding? At the time, last year, we pitched that we would add $100,000 a year to paving. The question was, is that an adequate increase? Is a 70 pavement condition index the committee's goal? And then, we were looking for input to build out the 27 budget. And what we heard was that no, $100,000 a year in growth in paving is not adequate. And we talked a lot about the pavement condition index and what outliers and what different pieces were important. And so we came back to the committee with an expanded scope to try to get us to that 1.2 million steady state for paving, which is really important. And so the one caveat as we prioritize paving is that we do need to maintain a citywide perspective. The city has a lot of assets, and if we focus solely on paving and defer the rest, we will get ourselves into a pickle, again. And so we want to make sure we take an approach that considers all things, even while prioritizing getting to steady state for one, because once we get to steady state for paving, then we would pick the next, whether it's building reserves or equipment needs. So we just want to make sure we're working towards steady state in all categories, even though paving is the top priority. And so in FY26, we did a lot. So I just wanted to talk about what we accomplished there. I think that's really important. And so for pavings, you can see we did about $1 million worth of paving because we received some grant funding for Town Hill. And you can see here the number of miles we did in 26 related to each of those things, as well as the different pieces of equipment and facility maintenance and other investments we had in the 26 budget. As we continue to work through the year, we'll see more of the vehicles come in. The roofs should be repaired, I think, soon. And so we've got a lot of stuff moving, but the primary portion of that budget, which is the paving, takes place right at the beginning of the year. So you can see here, we were able to get a lot done with the $725,000 that we budgeted plus grant funding, which I think is incredibly important. And you can see the streets are paved and the streets look better. And so I think that's helpful for the community to see the progress. And so we've got some steady state estimates. These are present day estimates for steady state. They don't include debt. They don't include some of the items that are difficult to provide a steady state value for as they change year over year, though that is something we would like to work into the budget, is for those items that change year over year. One year, you know, it might be something and the next it'll be something else, but at least there's a placeholder to keep that funding there and to keep growth moving. And so again, you know, we will need to keep revisiting steady state estimates, but until we get to them, you know, we've just got to keep working. And then at some point we will need to reevaluate for inflationary pressures, but we've got to get to those goals first.
Thank you. So our total roadway network is around 42 miles of road. That's made up of about 8 miles of our class 2s, 33 miles of our class 3 roads, and about a half mile of our class 4 roads. On average, you should expect to see anywhere between 12 and 20 years of life expectancy of a newly paved road. So if we say the average life of a road is 16 years and divide that by our total network, which is 42 miles, you should anticipate repaving between 2.1 and 3.5 miles annually. Like, that's a really simplistic target that when we're talking about the roads and what we're doing with the money that we have, that's the range that we should be in. If we're below that, then something is wrong and we need to maybe reconsider what we're doing. I am providing that to you all because I feel like it is an easier way to look at PCI and condition. It's an easy way to just have a quick fact check of, are we doing enough? So as we talked about for this year, we were looking at an $825,000 paving budget. What you'll see right here on the left is just a typical deterioration curve of a roadway. You'll see that it starts off slowly, and then over a 20-year lifespan, it really starts to deteriorate at a much quicker rate. This link, if you go to it, it has tons of information on all the different treatments. It gives you really good how-to videos, instructional. So if you want to know more, please go to that link because it is a wealth of knowledge. Thank you. Go to the next one. As we've talked about in the past, you'll see that the initial curve is the green one, but every time you do a treatment, you get a little bit of an improvement from a roadway. There's a little dotted line right there in the middle that it might be a little bit hard to see on the screen. That's generally where your complaint line is. So somewhere around a 70 to 65 PCI is when your constituents start calling about the roadway condition. So, you know, our goal is to have the average road above a 70, and then also really tackle those really bad roads, the ones that are in the worst, that we have a lot of comments about. So what we've in this plan that we're talking about, everything that we've done for right now is we have developed a paving plan for $825,000, which was what we said we were going to do last year. I think the committee has asked us what that would look like if we wanted to increase the funding up to our steady state level. So we have gone ahead and provided some alternatives, some some ideas about how we would utilize those funds to go from 825 to the 1.2 million. So in FY 27, that would be it's a $375,000 gap. In order to get to that steady state value. As part of this plan that we are reviewing right now, the base plan includes $171,000 in sidewalks. So we've selected all of our streets that we wanted to do next year at that 825 marker. And then we went through and looked at all of the other components that were going to be needed in order to actually pave that road, right? So how much curbing needed to be done, how much sidewalk, how much of those things were going to be contracted out, how much were going to be done by DPW. So when we went through this year's list, it was about $170,000, 171 for DPW to contract out and be the GC, and then 240,000 to put that all onto the contract. So where we are right now is we have developed a budget and we have some other alternatives that we have proposed to utilize between 825 and to the 1.2 million. But I do really want to emphasize that this year, even with the 825 that we have in right now, that 171,000 for sidewalks, we're starting to get closer towards those steady state values, and not just now in paving, but it's paving and paired with sidewalks. So it's a really important thing. We can't just pave the roads. We have to kind of do it all. So that is what we propose at this time.
And so with that, you can see, the rough preliminary 5-year, the capital line will increase when we come back to you, or back to the committee and then back in front of council, because this does not include paving at 1.2, but will based on the committee's recommendation. And so right now we are assuming we will do the 2-cent increase, plus there will be an allocation from the sales tax. We will come back at the next meeting with a recommendation for process and what you think is appropriate for that sales tax. And like I said, we're still work in progress with the committee. And so with this preliminary 5-year, I did provide a detail of what makes up that infrastructure amount and what makes up the equipment amount. This presentation will get posted on the Zen City page on the city's website. So anyone who wants to can access this workshop as well as the previous workshops. I think they're really informative and give you a good baseline for municipal budgeting and what the city is about. And so these will be available for folks to look at. And then I wanted to call out the building reserved and that it is unfunded. We've been struggling to get funding for the buildings into the capital plan, and it's one of the things to think about. Some of the recommendations are based on percentage of building value to start funding annually for repairs and maintenance. And so you can see here a few tiered options of what it would look like if we started funding in the capital fund. For example, 0.5% of the insured values, that's about $187,000 that, we would need to start in there. And so, as I said previously, we're focused on paving and road maintenance, but we do want to consider all things as part of this capital plan. And so that's where you'll see on the previous slide in here, we do have infrastructure lines for Waverly Place stairs, the pool and the parks. And so we are considering all needs, even though we're not starting to build that reserve for the buildings. And so I just wanted to call that out for future thought and discussion. And so here there are some questions for council consideration. I just thought they would be good to think about. Are our priorities aligned with community needs, strategic goals, and safety requirements? How should we balance maintenance of existing assets versus new projects or expansions? Are our current funding sources sustainable long-term? Do we have a contingency plan for unexpected capital costs or emergencies? And are we planning sufficiently for life cycle replacement and avoiding of deferred maintenance? So those are just some food for thought questions to think about, similar to the other presentations as we head into the budget build. And so, with that, I have a next step slide. We will meet again with the Capital Committee next week. At the November 19th meeting, also next week, I will be providing a briefing on our unaudited 25 financial statements, which should help inform decisions. And then we are really looking as staff to gather council's feedback and questions that you've had from these recent workshops, and to talk about a target for the budget and to set thoughtful goals for what that budget looks like. And so please come back next week ready to have, a thought-provoking and tough discussion about what the budget should look like before we head into the full build. And then we'll also be up here to discuss that 1% local options tax and the process. And so really the goal here is to align council and staff on priorities and strategy before drafting the full budget to be presented on December 10th. And so happy to take any questions related to capital, happy to get buried in questions next week. We're here for it and want to present the best budget and best capital plan for the city.
Thanks, guys. I'll start out with a couple of questions. That doesn't mean you won't be buried in questions next week too, but great presentation as always. The three questions that have occurred to me right away was, we're hearing from a lot of people, everybody on the council has gotten a lot of emails from people saying, we need to spend more money on paving. We should be up to the steady state figure of $1.2 million right now. And so the first question is, if we went up to 1.2 million, or if we did something else, I've been talking to people about maybe putting a separate voted article on the ballot for 500,000 or $1 million for paving. That would be a separate item, and we would only spend that if people come out and say, yes, tax me this extra amount to all to go to paving. The question is, if you had a whole lot of money in paving, is that something that DPW has the capacity to absorb and utilize?
So yes, when we were looking at, for right now, I have 3 years of plans, 27, 28, 29. And what we did is we looked at scenarios to get to the 1.2 to close that gap. And so when we selected those streets, we were thoughtful in which ones we selected and how we would get them done. So one of the ones that we were be considering would be Elm Street, the section between State Street and Spring Street. And that includes sidewalk improvements. So one of the alternatives that we were putting forward could potentially be that. So we started at the 825, which was the target that we had discussed previously, and then had a range of options of how to get up to that 1.2 paving target.
Great. Next question is perfect segue. The next question is that I know that within DPW you have a long range plan of what streets get done when. Is that something that people can easily find on our webpage?
I will include that documentation with this workshop when I put it up on the budget.
Great,
website.
because I think, people always talk about, well, my road is the worst and it should get paved or whatever. I think people should know what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I know there's a whole rationale for how things line up in the sequence.
Yeah, I'll make sure they all get up on that page. We discussed them at the capital committee meeting, and I think, they're a nice value add to see, that we are planning out into the future and we know what's ahead. We just have to be able to fund it.
And the third question is probably more for you than Zach, Sarah. When we do a bond, well, you know the answers to all of them, so it's fine. When we do a bond, is the debt service for the bond, does that come within the capital part of the budget?
Yes and no. So we have a capital fund here. You can see as part of the total funding package, there's in 27, 1.1 in debt service. It is discussed as part of the capital plan, but all of this is budgeted within the general fund. And so the capital and equipment items get transferred out into their own fund, and then we just pay debt out of the general fund. But yes, it is in this plan.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else have any questions at this point? Ben, yeah.
We got to the meeting earlier today, but I think it's really important that we move as quickly as possible to the steady state. And I think, the local option tax, we do need to have a larger conversation about how we prioritize that kind of funding. But I will say, I just think it makes a lot of sense logically to look at that revenue stream as a way to accelerate getting to the steady state funding, because that comes from people coming to our town, purchasing things here, using our roads, but really not contributing. This is the way that they contribute to the maintenance of our city. And so I think it's an appropriate revenue stream that doesn't directly impact people's property tax. And, I think there's also too, frankly, similar to some of the water issues that we've dealt with, that there's the unseen costs that are borne by the taxpayers, but that aren't through the tax bill, right? Through the tires or the, and so I just think that it just makes a lot of sense for a variety of reasons to really focus on this steady state and getting there as quickly as possible. And I really appreciate the responsiveness of staff to think creatively about like, how do we get there, and to run the different scenarios that allows us to consider, the different options.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to add, I support the 1,200,000, right? You're asking, and that when I see the detailed plan, I really want to give that money for all this like 5-year plan you just presented. But it is important how we can balance. But you have my support to increase the paving or infrastructure budget.
Sal and Kerry.
I agree with both of those statements. I also think about it as, we keep falling behind. We do have a plan to catch up to steady state at 100,000 a year. But we every year we fall short. We'd be about $1 million short when we got there. And I say, why not catch up now and find funding sources that maybe we can dip into. There's some found money around, and catch up more quickly. And then we're at steady state for paving, and it'd be easier to keep it there.
We'll get to steady state for paving this year and present a thoughtful process and recommendation for the use of sales tax funds that we've collected or will collect in 26 that aren't budgeted anywhere. And then we'll begin collecting regularly in 27. I think we have a really critical opportunity here with the sales tax money to invest additional in our infrastructure and to build back fund balance for law. And so I think, we are at a critical point, and I get to hear and be excited because there's some money. But I think we do have a huge opportunity here to catch up and get us where we need to be. And so I'm excited about that.
So for context, this year, $1 million got us 3 miles of roads repaved, not talking crack sealing or fog sealing, but repaving. $1 million is 3 miles, which is above that target that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Carrie.
Oh, yeah, we discussed this at the capital improvement plan meeting, and I'm very much in favor also of getting us caught up. This is one of those areas where we have a good long-term plan. If we just stick to it, we'll be in good shape, but it's been very hard to stick to it because we just are always feeling like we don't have enough money. And it's always pained me a little bit that we have to sacrifice that advancement and that sticking to the plan. So I'm very in favor of that. I think Ben makes a great point about the use of the local options tax, that it's people who are coming into the city who it's a way for them to contribute. It's also a way for them to benefit as they're driving on our streets. They're in better shape. And I do remember that we initially, when we talked about the local options tax, infrastructure was one of the priorities that we talked about as wanting to make sure happen. I know we need to have the final conversation about how we're going to spend that, but that has been in the spirit of that has been in here all along. So.
Yeah, I think you'll see that when we come back with the recommendation and process too, is that we really believe that we should be advancing infrastructure. Yeah.
All right, any questions or comments from the public before we move on? Steve.
Mr. Mayor, are you hearing me?
I hear you now. We have someone in the room who's going to be speaking, and then we'll get you.
Me being Steve Cease, or him being Steve Whitaker?
Steve Cease, you're going after Steve Whitaker.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Steve Whitaker, I don't know why this council I would characterize it as dysfunctional, can't get their head around. You've been made aware that a capital budget and program in statute is to be prepared by the planning commission. And the planning commission needs a lot of work with their public engagement, but it's even worse to have this rogue committee of insiders with no ambition or effort to get the public involved, putting together a capital plan. The capital budget is section capital budget and program. The duties of the planning commission refer to section 4440, and section 4440 and 4430 capital budget and program shall list and describe capital projects to be undertaken during the coming fiscal year, the estimated cost of those projects, and proposed methods of financing. Capital program is a 5-year version of the same thing, with every project estimated and in priority order as well as the sources of funds. And what we do is we break it up and we say, oh, we'll just keep incurring massive contract expenses for streetlights, but we won't put streetlights into our capital budget. But capital budget and program includes sidewalks and storm drains and water treatment and wastewater treatment and bus stops and municipal buildings. All of this stuff needs to be in a capital program. And the longer you wait to realize that we are dysfunctional on putting together a statutorily compliant capital program, the more we're just basically nipping at the edges, shuffling money under walnut shells. And that's just, the acting city manager said, oh, we'll do this compliant, statutory. But it's all hollow words. It's like this council hasn't even discussed doing it in accordance with statute and having the planning commission, which is actually supposed to be planning all this infrastructure, come in saying, oh, no, you forgot this and you forgot that, and you forgot that. So it would serve both the council and the planning commission to get serious about doing it in accordance with statute. And this was brought up in the context of the growth center application because the growth center application failed for lack of, among other reasons, for lack of a capital budget and program. But it would have required the level of detail that we are still only, let's do some paving, let's buy another, give everybody a new round of free trucks. This is a joke. And you're playing with our money, not your own. So get it together, people.
Thank you, Steve. Steve Cease.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, city councilors. I'm Steve Cease. I live on North Street, and I've told you before, North Street is home of some of our city's most prominent potholes. I'm not going to speak on their behalf tonight, but kind of the opposite. But getting to be a little more serious, I sat in on the committee meeting earlier this evening, and I was happy to see there, and I'm happy to see now that there seems to be broad support for jumping to the 1.2 steady state. I certainly support that. And I'm happy to see that it seems that a number of you councilors support it as well. I wanted to make at least one comment about North Street at that meeting, which was very instructive. And I thank Zach and the other presenters for everything they said. It sounded like there may be ways to accelerate some relief for North Street, which I think is probably about the worst street in the city. And I would like to follow up on that. I think probably with Zach and Public Works, and I'll ask a little guidance of you, Mayor. Will we be turning to the subject of more specifically of streets in future capital budget discussions?
I expect so. We actually did have a presentation on the street plan a couple of meetings ago, but yeah, and I would say that if you want to have a specific meeting with Zach or Zach and Kurt or anyone, call them up and ask for a meeting.
Great. Just in general for the council's purposes, I would like to advocate for accelerating North Street's at least resurfacing, if not its ultimate repair in the near future. We've been up here for a long time at the end of a very rough, horrible street, and I really think that it's time to address the problem. It may be that there's a short-term solution, which I'd like to follow up with Zach, but I want to plant the idea in your heads that it might be time to move North Street up on the priority of overall repair and resurfacing. And with that thought, I'll leave you to your work. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. Elena Gustafsson.
Hello, thank you, Jack. My name is Elena Gustavsson. I live on Westwood Drive. I'm also a business owner in downtown Montpelier. Sarah, I just want you to know I really appreciate seeing your budget presentations as somebody who really appreciates numbers and clarity. Thank you very much. I also want to say that I appreciate that you sent out an update to the Montpelier Business Association. It came out today that we all, or maybe that was yesterday, asking for our input. I will take this opportunity to just remind the council that it is our downtown businesses, our businesses in Montpelier that collect on that 1% local options tax. Not only do we collect it, but we also pay fees for collecting that, anywhere between 2 to 3%, in order to do that every time somebody uses a card rather than paying with cash, which is in my establishment about 80 to 85% of my customers. So I would encourage the council to just keep in mind that beyond investing, I'm all about having better roads and better pavement. I think that's very important, but to not lose sight of the fact that your downtown businesses can and will generate income and revenue for the city the more that you invest into downtown with things like working streetlights, public restrooms, possibly even a visitor center. So to not lose sight of the fact that that LOT, because when we're talking about tapping into the sales tax, which is currently 6%, of which 1% I believe goes back to the city, and tapping into the LOT, which is a type of sales tax, you're talking about 2%. So you've just doubled the taxes essentially that the city is now getting. Is that correct? Am I understanding that right? With the LOT?
LED.
Yeah, I mean, so there is an increase based on, the voting. So.
Okay. So just for all of you to keep in mind that by investing back into our downtown that continues to attract visitors, you will also be investing in the future of that LOT fund or that sales tax fund. So the more we can bring people down and keep them into town to continue to make those sales, the more money in the city's pocket.
Thanks, Elena. I think we're getting the answer to your question.
Yeah, so not quite. There's a 6% sales tax and there's an additional 1% on top of that comes to the city. So it isn't quite doubling, but it is a great revenue generator for the city. And as part of the recommendation and process will come back, I assure you there will be a portion related to the downtown and we'll be looking for business input. So I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Can you remind us to what percentage of the 1% local option tax the state takes off the top?
I don't want to say concretely. I believe it's 30% that the state takes, and then there's a fee. And so our first local options tax payment hasn't physically been received yet, but we did receive the remittance, and it was sizable. So I think, it's a good revenue generator for the city.
And the league, I know that the league has been talking about trying to, the fund that state share goes into is overfilled. It exceeds the needs. And so there's been a push by the League of Cities and Towns to cut that from 30% to 25%, which would be good for us, obviously.
Yeah, happy to support that effort.
Just while we're on that, what I would love to see is actually communities that have experienced a federally declared natural disaster be able to retain 100% of it for, at least 5 years, and I think that's entirely doable, that the state should do that.
I agree. That's when the legislators come in. We'll talk to them about that. All right. Are we good? All right, Peter.
Hi, I'm Peter Sterling, resident of Montpelier. Thank you so much for taking your time to go through all this tonight. And of course, every time you have a meeting, I appreciate that y'all are serving. Art, I just saw Art at the soccer banquet. He did great. I just want to thank you for taking seriously the need to get our roads serviceable as soon as possible. 2 years ago, I hit a big pothole. It was a foggy night, blew a tire, it's $400 to get a set repaired. I'm lucky enough that I had $400 to get it fixed. I can think of probably a lot of people who don't have an extra $400 and probably can't get to work because they just blew a tire. Just, you can't have that. I've been working on cars my whole life. I just had to get my car that's 2 years old, has 40,000 miles, service for suspension work that should really be on a car that has 150,000 miles. There's just, and that car does not leave Montpelier that much. Something didn't happen somewhere else. It's driving on these roads. You're externalizing the cost to a lot of people by not investing in the roads. So I know you're taking that seriously. I just wanted to give you a couple examples how it's been affecting my life and my family's life and how we're trying to keep our cars on the road. So thank you so much for taking it seriously and trying to get it going as fast as possible. I think you'll find most people in Montpelier will value the investment you're making, even if you're talking about raising new revenue to do it. Most people will appreciate that we're going to have roads that are easier to drive on. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. At least you weren't asking us to do something hard like make your road less steep.
Oh, no, that I chose that road. I made the choice to live on, but it's nice. I'm on Ewing Street. We watch all the people walk up and down to get exercise. It's super fun.
Thanks, Peter. Hey, folks, let's move on to the two items that are linked together. They're not exactly the same, but the special events public policy or policy public hearing and the parade ordinance public hearing. Is that you?
Yes, so this is the second public hearing for both items. And so if you should decide tonight to approve either the policy or the ordinance, which are linked together based on sort of the changes that we've made, then they would go into effect. And so for starters, just, taking the policy up first, there was a ton of work done on this with staff and with council members, just kind of, getting a lay of the land. We did seek input. We've provided presentation on some of the areas associated with this policy, sort of impact for different events and impact on the city's budget. And so essentially, what this policy includes is sort of the just pretty clear statement about the intention, which is it says so in the purpose statement. The city of Montpelier is proud to host events that have public benefit to our community. And so this also includes reimbursement by third parties with a street closure permit application. So that is really sort of the big, change in this policy is that, for non-city sponsored events, there would be the potential for city reimbursement for city resources. There is also a waiver in this policy as well. And so we do really value these public events. And so if, an event had a hardship and was not able to, support the need, then, that could come back to council. The policy also has sort of what the different components for that event are, and also has some pretty clear definitions about, what a special event is, what an event sponsor is, what, sort of the public safety team is comprised of. That's the internal city team that reviews all the permits that come into the city manager's office and makes recommendations. So, really this policy, this is an update and an amendment, just to be clear with, process and also to sort of really align with city need as well. And so going into the ordinance, and then probably we'll open things up. We have made changes to the ordinance to reflect what is in the policy. The policy is separate from the ordinance and can be changed at any time, but the ordinance itself is the sort of legal aspect of it. And so the first sort of big change in the ordinance is changing that ordinance from parades to special events. And so it's consistent with the language used in the policy. It also adds some language around the definition of, what those events are, and provides some additional insight there. The other piece that's in here that is changed a little bit, there's a section here that it did give sort of authorization to the police chief to authorize permits, but now that would be the city manager, just based on some of the things that we see and how they flow currently. And so with that, those are kind of the major changes within the policy and the ordinance. And we've got city staff here, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Kelly. I don't know, I don't think I've ever heard, I've seen it done before, but I think what I will do is open the public hearing on the policy and on the proposed ordinance at the same time, because I suspect that there may be people who wish to speak on both of them and have their comments be connected. So the public hearing is open. It'll take comments from people in the room and also from people who are here online. Yes, sir. You got your ticket in early.
Hi, I'm Mike from the United Motorcyclists. I'm the president. I have other,
Mike Mason, is that right?
Mike Mason,
Okay,
yes, and Penny Gordon. Oh, sorry, and
President.
Kelly Hode, secretary. So we do the toy run every year in Des Montpelier. We are a nonprofit organization. We do one fundraiser every year. We do a Harley raffle off a bike, and with that money, we give out 5 to 8 scholarships every year of $500 or more. We give money to the veterans, Jenna's Promise. What else? Yeah, Camps have come to. And with that money, we only have so much. So I see that they're trying to organize us, I believe, as a parade come into town, and I'm just wondering how that's going to affect us, because I'll be honest, we cannot afford to do that and to pay to use it. This is the 40th year that we've been doing the toy run in Des Montpelier and using the State House lawn. We have anywhere from 250 to some years 800 bikes. And we have people that line the sidewalks to watch us ride in. There was one gentleman that came last year who said he had a family member that was born at home while the toy run was going through, and he mentioned that to me, that he always remembered that.
Did he name him Harley?
So I'm just here to try to get it waived so that we don't have to change our whole event.
The whole reason for the toy run, we are a nonprofit and we are raising fundage and awareness for another nonprofit. It all goes to the Shriners Hospitals. So we raise money for them. We get toys for the little people that are in the hospitals. And we had a family come year before last from Orange, Vermont, that actually benefited from the Shriners Hospital. Their little boy got very, very badly burned. They flew mom and the son out and took care of her as well as they took care of him. So in a nonprofit trying to help another nonprofit, it makes it very hard if you're going to try to charge and impose fees and permits and that kind of things on top of it.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room would like to be heard? And I'll just take a look to see if there are hands up online. Steve, come on up.
I've spoken to this issue before. I think there's a number of areas. This is one of them where the discretion to waive a fee should be a council decision, not a administrative decision. Same with designating a sensitive area where people can't camp. Those are important decisions. And what you've done is you've created a structure where the city staff can take the heat and the council never has to take any strong positions on difficult things, and I think if you're gonna have a waiver, it ought to be discussed in a council meeting, and I think many of them should be waived because we count on these events to bring people into town and buy lunches and dinners and whatever. So the idea that we're already paying for this staff. And so we're basically saying, well, we're gonna do a fake tax cut on our citizens by charging for public works and police efforts and hours and barricades, et cetera. for these special events. We're already paying for these services and we're already paying overtime. So in effect, it's just a shell game of money, but you're putting it out in a way that's going to damage both the civic spirit, the entertainment of what the kids have grown up to expect, and the equity. We're going to chase events out of town with this. So I think it's not well thought out, but y'all seem to take whatever city staff tells you to do, and I'm sick of it.
Thanks, Steve. Do you want to respond to that?
I do, just a couple of points for accuracy. The proposed policy does include a waiver process and is up to the city council to grant a waiver, not up to staff. And it says waivers will not be granted to events benefiting for-profit organizations. So we would just be considering nonprofits. To the point about city council should be discussing the waiver, it's right here. This is exactly what we're doing right now. We're discussing this entire policy. It's all in front of us, including the waiver process. And just, so I'll stop.
Thanks, Carrie. We still have members of the public, so Carrie was responding directly to this person, but Katie, I think I saw your hand up first.
Thank you. So I've been following the progress of the development of this policy and the new
Katie,
things in it. Yep.
Excuse me, could you state your name?
Oh, Katie Trouts with Montpelier Alive.
Thanks.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. I've been following the progress on this and also talking with the city about it. I think I can completely understand why the services that the city provides need to have a value on them. I mean, I have been through many events with the city and I see how hard the city works to accommodate. And there are times when they are doing extra to make them happen. I also feel like events are really important to the town. And knowing that it's important for marketing the city of Montpelier, for foot traffic. It may not always directly benefit businesses, but it does bring a significant number of people into town who may come back again and again. Events are really important for our vibrancy. I don't want to make it really challenging for groups like, for instance, All Together Now, who have extremely small, limited budgets to do amazing events that they do in Montpelier. They are, along with City Parks, responsible for Enchanted Forest, and they're responsible for All Species Day, which I think really has helped shape the identity of Montpelier over time. And I don't want to see those events go away. So my concerns lie around when event organizers really don't have the ability to pay for those services or meet the recommendations. Sometimes it might require hiring out a lot of extra service that not even the city provides, but like I know there have been recommendations to hire county sheriffs or entities from outside the city. And that can be very, very difficult for very small organizations. So I just put that out there as I haven't seen a solution, or I don't think the city has come to a solution for scenarios like that, except that there's this waiver process. One small recommendation or idea that I had is maybe, I know that everybody wants a piece of this local options tax, but maybe there's a little space for like a reserve event fund or emergency event fund that can help with to cover some of those extra costs if the scenario calls for it. So I just wanted to put that concern out there.
Thanks, Katie. Elena Gustafson and then Jerry Peterson.
Thank you. And I'm so glad that I'm following you, Katie. Elena Gustafson, Westwood Drive, also a business owner in town. I just wanted to echo much of what Katie was saying. Events that happen in town do not necessarily directly benefit our downtown businesses, but the fact that events happen and that it creates an atmosphere of community and connection is really something that we all share and is just good for everybody. I really appreciate that city staff is looking at being as fiscally responsible around those events and really looking at making sure that it is paid for. That really is a reflection of them trying to take care of us as citizens who live here and pay our taxes. So I want to appreciate the staff for doing that. I just want to piggyback on what Katie said in that, again, I mean, maybe it is because we're all just flush with the excitement of the local options tax. But again, that there is that possibility of reserving a small amount of that to put into a reserve fund. Potentially that is something that smaller organizations can apply for, not to necessarily create additional paperwork, but to create some kind of structure that allows there to be a process that grants people like, you know, the folks that are bringing their motorcycles in, that shuts down, completely shuts down downtown. But really the cause of what they're doing is really very important. And I think most of us would agree that we appreciate what it is that they're doing. That is something they can then apply for rather than necessarily putting it on the backs of our staff, or really putting it on the backs of city council to approve or disapprove waivers one after the other. These meetings are already quite long. I can't really imagine you having to approve event waivers on top of that, but maybe that's the job that you've signed up for. But that's my only input. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Elena. Jerry Peterson?
Hi, I'm Jerry Peterson, she, her pronouns. I live here in Montpelier. My organization, 5051 Vermont, is responsible for hosting many of the largest events that have happened in Montpelier this past year. I imagine that like those events were part of the impetus for introducing this new policy. So I just wanted to share some perspective on these events. They're part of a larger movement across the country. The last event, No Kings, was part of many such events that all happened on the same day across the country. And I happen to know that like most of those events across the country don't involve paying permits or any kind of cost to the cities where they're hosted. The largest such event this year took place in Boston. The first No Kings event, which coincided with Pride. They had 1 million people, and the entire Boston police force was engaged for that. And that came at no cost to the organizers for that, to the city. That being said, we're happy to, pay and raise, money via donations to accommodate any kind of costs incurred by the city, in addition to the other responsibilities that would otherwise be incurred. But it does actually comprise the majority of the costs that we pay. So all of the donations that we raise, the majority of them go to the city of Burlington, the city of Montpelier, those sort of things. So we'd like to keep that in mind, when considering whether or not organizations like ours may be eligible for a waiver in the future. Because these things keep on happening. We're told like an event's going to happen across the country, and we get like basically a month's notice to prepare for that. And it's going to happen regardless of whether or not, anybody actually gets permits or whatever. People are going to show up for it. And we want to make these events as safe as possible. And that's what our organization is all about, is making sure that everyone's safe and that, people have a good experience when they go to these things. Thanks.
Thanks, Jerry. Trying to see if there's anyone else who wants to be recognized before I close the public hearing. One more question, yes, but please come up to the microphone.
Can you commit to deciding the waivers early enough in the process so that people wouldn't bail out on the fear that they wouldn't get a waiver? Because that's what I'm concerned about, is that people will think it's not worth the gamble to put on their events.
Thanks, Steve. And Katie, you had one other brief point?
Yeah, I do think that's a good point, fair notice, but I have read in the policy, the dates outlined and it makes sense to me. I think it's at least 30 days. There are a few details outlined in there to speak to that, Steve. I mean, just throwing it out there, Montpelier Live does fund some downtown events with some of our DID, Downtown Improvement District funds. I could see whatever Elena had brought up, like the grant program or something like that, managed through Montpelier Alive, maybe to support events with specific cost needs. And maybe that's funded by the LOT. So just really trying to think creatively about that, because we know from our conversations with organizers that the cost is going to be an issue going forward. I also wanted to encourage the people who are creating this policy to look at other towns and cities as models and see what they're doing. And, you know, maybe there's something there. And I guess that's it for now. I'll continue to be in conversation. I hope everybody knows that Montpelier Live is a resource to help guide through the event process as well.
Okay, thanks, Katie.
Excuse me, Mayor, can you hear me? My name's Janice Warifin, and I don't know I can't find how to wave my
Okay.
hand.
Yes, I can hear you, Senator, so you're recognized now.
Thank you. I did send a letter to the council today, and I am the organizer of All Species Day and collaborate with the parks on Ice on Fire and Enchanted Forest, and have done it for over 30 years. And you know, I did write the city council about how I was in a parade this year in Burlington, and it was marshaled by one police officer and one patrol car and one city staff with a vest on. And we moved easily throughout Burlington from the Flynn to the North End and then to Battery Park. And so I do believe there are alternative ways to allow people to create events that move through the city and allow traffic to pause to allow that event, like a parade or procession or a group of people wanting to have their voice heard, move peacefully through the city without requiring an entire police force to marshal that, I think. And I also believe that I would like to see if citizens could be trained to support city staff, so that not all staff has to be paid, but there are police officers on duty for the most needed intersections, but that there can be trained city volunteers who are there to also keep the city safe. I know the state rule says that only law enforcement officers are allowed to direct and stop traffic, but a parade moves through a city. It's not, and there's the exception for road construction, but I'm wondering if there's room for, cooperating with citizens to help the city staff, safely close off streets and intersections for 5-10 minutes during a parade, maybe half hour. And I have other comments, but that's the one that, other people have spoken to other things that I have concerns about. So that's one I wanted to add it to your discussion this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And yes, I did see your email this afternoon. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken who would like to be heard before we close the public hearing? Well, Angel Mason.
Hello, Angel Mason, United Motorcyclists of Vermont, Sergeant at Arms. I'm with the people that have already spoken. I just wanted to speak to the fact that we have been trying to communicate with the city council about this for For some time, I've sent out a few emails to the entire council to kind of get an understanding of what this process was. And I was actually very disappointed to find out that this is the second hearing about this matter, and that we are only able to come now at this point, when I was specifically asking to have us put on the agenda so that we could effectively discuss this prior to any changes actually being made. As far as the waiver concern, while I understand that it is a process, this process will also hinder our ability to be able to plan this. As I mentioned in the email that I had sent last month, that we have already began the planning process of this annual toy run, and especially with it being our 40th year, this is a very big year for us. And this has been occurring in the city of Montpelier for 40 years. And if we need to start making those changes to not have it in Montpelier because we can't guarantee we are going to be able to get a waiver, that process needs to start now. With that said, we really just need to have answers sooner rather than later than playing a gambling game with the city of Montpelier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to be recognized? I'm not seeing anybody, so I will close the public hearing. And before we start debating the proposal, we will take our 10-minute break. Well, it's already 8:40 and we take our break at 8:30, so I want to respect people's needs for a break.
Sure.
Folks, I'm going to call our meeting back to order. Now we've concluded our public hearing, so now the questions are up before the council for debate. Does anyone have any initial thoughts?
Yeah,
Ellen, go ahead.
Internal. Sorry, let me do that first. Okay, so my question is, if all the things we've heard, there will be lots of waivers. So if you are planning to waive most of the applications, why we are having this change? Right? So it doesn't make that much sense to me. And the second thing is, yeah, I really want to support the downtown vitality and economic development. So I really want to support the staff and their effort and hard work. But really, in the long run, it doesn't make that much sense to me to charge people because they want to be in Montpelier and they want to have their events. And I remember in our last discussion, I think we asked that, can city staff bring us a data, like how big events we have, like how many of them like nonprofits, how many of them like for profit. I don't know, maybe you already mentioned this, but I didn't see the data. So that's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Belen. Yeah, we got a bunch of that information. I don't recall if the sponsorship, the identity of the sponsorship was given, but we got a bunch of information about how many, the size of the different events. And that was something that Councillor Doyle spent a lot of time talking about at some of our previous meetings. Carrie, then Adrian.
Yeah, so I really like this policy change, and I think it combines kind of the best of everything, if it's implemented well. So that's a big question, of course, but I would love to be able to absorb all of these costs, and I want lots of events to happen in Montpelier, and I think it's great that so many do already, and I do think it is just a part of the cost of our running the city, is to be able to support some events like this. And it's pretty financially significant, and it doesn't seem totally unreasonable to me to ask people doing the events to pitch in to that under certain circumstances. But what I do think is very important is that, like, the organizations that we've heard from tonight, like the motorcycle folks and All Together Now, and some others of these long established events that are run by nonprofits that are really bringing a tremendous amount of value to the community. If they came to me for a waiver, I would vote yes to waive that. And I think there are probably a number of other events like that we would be likely to approve a waiver for, just sort of knowing us. And so Palin makes an interesting point of, if we're going to be waiving all of these nonprofits and small organizations, then is it really worth it? And I mean, I would say I'm okay with that. You know, I think that there are some, if they're for-profit events, we should definitely not be paying a lot for that. And I think there are some organizations that, especially over time, will recognize that maybe they can do some fundraising and contribute something to support the work that's required for their event. And if they don't, that's fine, but I just wouldn't be surprised if we start to see that kind of naturally happen. So it may be that we're waiving the fees for almost everybody or reducing them for almost everybody. But I'm still okay with having it on the books there. And I think that the way the policy is written gives us the flexibility that we need to issue waivers. To Janice's point about, do we really need a whole police department to oversee an event? I believe that the way the policy is written, there is that flexibility for volunteers to be doing some of the work and for police to be only at the absolutely key points, which I think is a great way to think about how to reduce costs and how to engage the community even more too. So I think what we want is all in this policy. So I'm I'm ready to support it.
Thanks, Gary. Adrian.
I have so many thoughts. I'm trying to think about where to start. So I don't want to penalize the events that have been going on for many years. I mean, is there any option to grandfather those events into the policy? That's my first thought, like, or give them a period of time, you know, like 2-year lead time or something, because you're already planning. I know the Fall Festival's already planning, All Species Day is already planning. And so give them, you know, a 2 or 3 year lead time, or just grandfather them in as a waiver, because probably going to waive them anyway. And so my concern is administrative burden to the city to go through the process of filing a waiver, talking about a waiver. I mean, that's time and money. And, you know, our customers are the people that are, you know, both the city staff going through that process, completing the waiver, whatever that may look like. And then also the folks that are hosting these events. Like, I would like to figure out a way to reduce the amount of administrative burden, both on staff and our customers, while also promoting these events in our city. And so any new events that come in, it's clear what the policy is. It's all right there, and they can decide to come here, which I hope they will. But I just want to brainstorm a way to like have a little bit of buffer for our existing events, or just waive the fee for existing events that have been here for like 4+ years or something. I don't know if there's a specific time frame. Because they're already planning, and I don't want them to leave. Like, I think that would be horrible. I think if this policy makes these organizations leave Montpelier, I feel like we failed. So we need to keep them here. But we also need to protect our city staff with all of our resources. So it's a fine balance. I just think that we can do just a little bit extra just to make sure we're thinking through this.
Thanks, Adrian. Ben.
Well, first I want to say, like, I really appreciate that there's been like a continuous dialogue. I mean, we've seen this policy come back many times with changes, and staff has done research, and I really appreciate that. I am kind of in a place though where I'm not going to support this, because I feel like it would be a huge loss to what makes Montpelier to put up new barriers for events. I feel like I work with communities every day where we encourage them, more events, get more vitality in your downtown. Like, let's make this an exciting destination place. And to me, what I feel like this is really about is that we're not adequately resourcing our public safety staff. And as a result, they've come to us and said, we don't have the resources to deliver the public safety we need to make these events happen. And so somebody's got to pay for it. And I respect that. And I think we should pay for it. I think we should budget it. And I think we should pay for it. And I think there are ways to recoup costs. You know, I think I've talked quite a bit about the idea of tiering the events. If it reaches a certain amount, over $3,000, then you start to charge or get a certain percentage, or certainly for-profit events. But the bottom line is, like, all together now, and the stuff that they do is the example that we've been using this entire time. And we heard from Janice today that, like, they might not be able to continue this event. And that to me would be just a huge loss to our community. And what I think is even, another loss is the All Together Now events that the next generation hasn't even thought of yet, right? But wants to come forward and then say, oh my gosh, there's all these bureaucratic hoops I have to jump through. Never mind, it's not worth it. I think that that's a mistake. I think there's a way to solve the fundamental problem here, which is adequately resourcing our public safety staff to be able to manage these events and look for partnership opportunities with the community. And, those that have the ability to pay more or larger events, look to, have a conversation with them. But the idea of every event coming to us and asking for a waiver, maybe we'll do a great job implementing this policy, but the next council 4 years from now, I'm sure they won't do as good of a job. Right. So anyway, I really appreciate the work that's gone into it. I feel like the staff's been very thoughtful and responsive to our questions, but I'm just not there. I would really encourage us to collect all that information for a full year, see what the actual costs are, and then budget accordingly.
Thanks, Ben. Anybody else? Bill?
I guess I would, I see arguments on both sides. I guess I'd rather have a policy that enables us to charge those who can afford to pay for an event and waive those who can't, rather than simply have no fee at all. I do like the idea, however, of I think we have kept track of the costs.
We were doing.
Well, I think in the development of the policy, we had numbers that showed us what it was actually costing us. And I agree, it would be great if we could, fund the resources that we need to manage this, but at the moment, I don't think we can. So I think there's enough flexibility built into the we can manage it. I think we should, certainly in the first round, get the waivers in writing as the policy specifies. I think in most cases, if not all cases, it would probably be a consent agenda item. I don't know what the administration burden would be. Certainly there'd be some, but until we try it, I don't think we'll know. So I'm inclined to support it.
Thanks, Sal. Jim, even though you're not physically present, I don't want to overlook you if you have something to add to this. Carrie, were you raising your hand again?
Jim's off mute.
Okay.
I'd like to look at the ones that have been here the longest and give them the best break. So they've been doing it for years and years and years. The toy run, what Janice runs, those ones, I think we ought to take a certain number of years and say, anybody that's been a number of years, your grandfather. Because these are the ones that people have gotten used to. People expect, people know that when they're coming. And, I don't know what the year should be, but certainly if you've been doing it 20 years for the city, you brought some value to the city. So I kind of like that idea.
Thanks, Jim. Carrie.
So I'm torn now, all these arguments, because really what I would like to do is to not charge fees and to budget our public safety and our, adequately, so that we recognize that this is part of what happens when we're in the state capitol and that we need to pay for it. If I could feel confident that the FY 27 budget was going to include the appropriate increase, I would feel more comfortable about letting this policy, not having this policy. So that is a big question for me. I don't necessarily feel confident about that. So that would be my ideal. And I don't feel super strongly about this, but I do like the idea of those who can contributing somewhat. And this is one way to try to see if we can make that happen. There may be other ways to do it. And if anyone decides not to even try to have an event here because of this policy, then I think that's a total failure. And I wouldn't want to see that. And so maybe we can have a different version. I don't have a clear suggestion for that. But.
Thanks, Carrie. Adrian.
I know we went over this last time, but could someone refresh my memory? So most cities in Montpelier charge a fee, right? Like a filing fee?
Are you asking if other cities do charge a fee?
Yeah.
Yes, we did provide examples.
Yeah, I remember that. So most cities provide a filing fee for a parade or a special event. So I feel like that's like precedent, right? Like that's like a standard operating procedure for events. I think, and then just thinking, so there's the fee for the filing fee, but do we have a rough estimate of how much, I know we was talking about this, but if we were gonna put this in the budget, like, do we have a rough estimate of how much this has cost the city? Like, are we talking $800,000? Are we taking like $1,000? Like, what is the range here, like, for us to think about what would be included in a budget? And, you know, the magical local options tax, which everyone wants to take a piece of, but this is our downtown. This does benefit our economic development, so I just want to think about that.
If I might.
Yes.
Thank you. So we did provide just some cost estimates based on events that we've had in the past. So we didn't give a total cost. And so there was some nuance there that we would need to work out and probably bring back to you during the budget discussion. It is most certainly not like $800,000, just to, you know, level set a little bit. The other thing though that I do want to highlight here, you know, with the events, you know, and sort of threading the needle between the events that have been part of our community fabric for years and years and those new events. It's just the strain on the staff right now is pretty incredible. And so there have been instances where, you know, for us to get people to do these events, it's mandatory overtime. We have to call them in. And so it means that it's just sort of, there is some burnout that does happen there. And I know that's not what you asked me. But, and, you know, to Ben's point too, you know, we can provide a budget line to kind of showcase what it costs for the event. So that then, you know, when we do have events in town, it doesn't hit the budget line items for departments. And, you know, if that is what comes out of this discussion, then, you know, I think we're at least providing good information in terms of the cost of public events to the city. And if that's something that council chooses to do and fund, then, you know, that's a decision point for the budget. And so I think going forward, you know, we have created an account line, so we'll be able to track that more effectively. So you'll be able to see the line item. Whereas right now it is within each of the departments' budgets. And then in terms of the volunteer thing, and now I'm sorry, all the things that I've been hearing. So thank you.
Notice.
You know, we are so thankful to the volunteers that we have within the community and people that, you know, step forward to help. And especially with these events, there is a little bit of trickiness around public safety, just because that is a real specialization. And, you know, whether it's, you know, making sure that there is adequate safety for, you know, marshaling events or closing roads, that really is up to the police department, and sort of making sure also that we have, you know, fire and EMS on hand if needed for the larger events. Those calls are really specialized. And then for DPW, you know, the size and scale of projects that they're called to task on the regular, you know, is a lot. So it's just, I mean, we can certainly capture the cost. There are things that will be wrapped in that cost that will not be captured. And so I appreciate that you hung in there with us as we've had this conversation, because it is one that, you know, we were wanting to have to register it. And so I think it's a tough choice, because we, you know, don't want to diminish the vibrancy of our community. That's not the intention. But it is to set a policy that we can kind of work with and live with.
Yeah.
Maybe if we have a visitor center, there will be some kind of revenue can come. So maybe we should just like focus to create that. Most of the downtown businesses are already asking for, instead of going like, going with the idea that charging the events. I will not support this. So I think we should think about other ways.
Ben, were you also raising your hand or not?
No, just to add added point, I really do appreciate the idea that if we budget for it, we can also set an amount that we're willing to spend in subsidizing events, right? And so it doesn't mean that we're either covering everything or we're covering nothing. It's if we can actually see what does it cost a year, this number of events, then we can see what, you know, within our means, what can we budget for this? I guess I just want to say too, I really do appreciate the historical events that have been here forever, but it's also there are other people out there with ideas for the future of other events. You know, the people that came up with the idea for the Toys for Tot Run, like that, they were visionaries, right? There are other visionaries who might have ideas, and we don't want to stifle that creativity by putting up a barrier.
I think the thing that I have conceptually have the hardest time with in this conversation is the idea of deciding whether to charge a permit based on how long the event has been in place. And I think that would potentially leave us open to court challenge, because we have two organizations that both say, hey, we're having the exact same event. It's just gonna be on 2 different weekends, but you couldn't tell the difference between them. Why should that organization get it for free and we have to pay $1,000 permit fee? I think that would be pretty hard to justify in court. But folks, we're at a point where everyone's had their say. I think the question is, we have a couple of things we could do. We could decide to have take this up in another meeting, either another public hearing or not a public hearing, just another council agenda item, or we can vote to pass it now, or we can not vote to pass it now, either by nobody moving to support it, or by someone moving to support it and then having it voted down. Adrian.
So if we vote to not support this, then what happens? Like, does it just revert back to the current policy?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, these are all changes, proposed changes to our ordinance or policy. And so anything other than voting to pass this leaves things the way they are today.
But
We should make a decision tonight, then we can think about the next steps later, like we should say something, yes or no. Then if it is yes, okay, let's talk about the next step. If there's no, what we are planning to do. But I think we should say something tonight. That's my opinion.
Okay.
In that case, I'll move that we approve the revised street closure policy and ordinance.
Is there a
Event
second?
ordinance.
And is there a second?
Second,
Okay, I'll
just for discussion, can we just say one more thing? I think if we choose not to support this and it doesn't pass, you know, I want to make sure I understand in fact what the next steps. It reverts back to the current policy, but also we're tracking the expenses for a year during budgeting season. We could have an estimate from staff of what it would cost to adequately support public safety for events.
Yes,
And then we could advocate for that during the budgeting season.
yeah, that's correct.
Okay, are we ready to vote? I'll call the roll because we're not all here in person. Adrian?
No.
Ben?
No.
Carrie?
No.
Jim?
No.
Helen?
no.
Sal?
Yes.
All right. The motion fails. We're on to the next item. Thank you, everybody. Item number 11, Green Mountain Home Repair Program.
Evening again, Mr. Mayor and Council, Mike Miller, Planning Director for the city. Just a reminder, this is a public hearing.
Okay, well, I'll open the public hearing now.
Thank you, sir. So this is a public hearing for an application for the Community Development Block Grant Program for the Green Mountain Home Repair Program. And you had already had a meeting to discuss this and approve this on October 7th. I'm just going to go through a really quick summary for anyone in the public who wants to comment. So Downstreet, in partnership with the city of Montpelier, is applying for funding to provide 15 new home repair loans to households in our service area in 2026. Rising costs of living combined with significant increases in the price of construction materials and labor have made it increasingly difficult for homeowners to afford critical repairs. In fact, repair expenses have more than doubled in recent years, forcing many homeowners to delay essential work and leaving homes vulnerable to deterioration. So through this program, Downstreet will ensure that more families are able to complete necessary repairs to maintain safe, stable, and high-quality homes alongside financial assistance. Downstreet will continue to offer financial counseling to all participants, helping them strengthen their long-term financial health and stability. The proposal is to apply for $300,000 in community development block grant. There was a public hearing on October 7th on Keith Street in Barry to obtain the views of citizens on community development, to furnish information concerning the amount of funds available and the range of community development activities that may be undertaken, the impact to any historic and archaeological resources that may be affected, and to give affected citizens the opportunity to examine the proposed statement, projected use of funds. VCDP, the agency that operates the program, has asked for a hearing in the city as well as the one that was held in Barry. So we are holding a new hearing now, and the request after the hearing would be to reaffirm the approval that you already gave of the CDBG grant application that was approved on October 8th. But you won't need to re-sign the resolution. So
Thanks, Mike. This is a public hearing. I'll open it up to members of the public. Is there anyone in the room who would like to be heard? Is there anyone online who would like to be heard? All right. I will close the public hearing. So do we need a new vote to support it?
motion to reaffirm the approval of the grant resolution approved on October 8th, 2025.
Okay, is there a motion to reaffirm the approval? Perry,
I move we reaffirm the approval of the CDBG grant resolution approved on October 8th, 2025.
is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Items 12 and 13, both going together. This proposal regarding the homelessness committee and an application for the homelessness task force. Is that you?
Yes, well, so one part is just, so we do have an application to be considered. The thing that I would just like to note along with that application is the applicant has indicated that they would like to attend a homelessness meeting first before deciding to accept that post, if you will. And so I don't know that we necessarily need to take action on that tonight. And so we might just kind of like hold and have them go to a meeting first. And so maybe we could just take up the structure of the homelessness task force. And so here tonight, Zach Hughes, he's the chair of the current task force. And then Jim is online, and both were sort of instrumental in wanting to bring this forward as a discussion for bringing the work from task force level to committee level. And so I'm going to turn it over to Zach if you wanted to say a few words, and I'll take from there.
Thanks, Kelly.
Welcome.
So I'm Zach Hughes. I'm out Montpelier. I've been the chair of the task force since earlier this year when my colleague Tori Rodine resigned. Thanking her for her service and others who have left for other things. I really have been thinking and talking with my colleagues on the task force. And we've met every week and continued a straightforward meeting structure for the most part. But recently, I took away that we got together at the regional meeting up in Berlin, and I really appreciate those folks who put that together and who hosted us. And we were able to, we had about 3 hours worth of work in there, and we came out with some stuff. And you know, I lose sleep at night, or I'm in my kitchen, and I just was thinking, you know. I was thinking back to 1990 when or 1991, when I was doing a fundraiser. I think it was friendship bracelets. And I had fun collecting the money. Okay, but then we had to build the bracelets. Wasn't so much fun. So I looked at the sheet that was scored from people's priorities. And I said, we need to, we need to buckle down on this next task force, which we did last week. I came in there and I think we thought it was going to be the same drone, but it really wasn't. It was, I'd really like to start looking at these now. And I think that's kind of where I come in to, because the other thing I was thinking about was, couldn't we just form an organization to be like Montpelier Alive? And then I got thinking about Barry. Barry has a committee. Montpelier is our capital. The cost of being our capital is investing. We need to be a committee at this point because we continue to have issues, and I am not looking to solve every problem. And I think it's really important when you're looking at that sheet, you're like, oh my God, we can't do all. We're not looking to do all of it. We're looking to do what we can do of it. And that's what we kind of were, looking at. And I'll let Jim speak to that in a moment. But I really, look at this, and I know there's folks who say we haven't really been doing much, but we really have with what we've been given. We've been here since 2019. This year, I've seen the most active work between the council and this task force I've seen in a long time, 6 years. And I think it's just very important that we continue as a committee, and we report more often to y'all. I'm on a board of directors, and recently I'm board president, and we amended our policy because we're on legislative mandated committees, but nobody thought to have them report in, the members who were on those committees. And I said they need to report in every year or every couple times a year. And I think we need to report in more to y'all, and y'all need to ask us to do stuff. We're here for you. So I really think it's time to, if we're given this opportunity, my colleague Carrie has also come up with a, her own, charge, but we came up with various charges, which I had sent, over. I think we started out as a task force. In closing, we started out as a task force in 2019, similar to what we had happening a while back, where businesses were concerned about people piling up outside their business or whatever. And we started out as a task force, I think, with the idea, someone thought we'd come back in a few months and give you all some ideas. And it turned into, 5 years or 6 years, whatever. So, I mean, it has evolved. And some of our former members have said this has now evolved and we need to evolve with it. I thank you, and we serve at your pleasure. Thank you, Jim. I'll let the mayor recognize Jim. Jim, you ready to go?
Yep.
Great.
When I came in and joined them, they were kind of struggling, and there was some divisive issues, and we started trying a different little approach of doing things, and I think I saw it started livening up from there. We started to have people a little more interested, felt like they were actually listened to and stuff like that. And I think Zach will back me up that we kind of turned things around there a little bit. But we were stuck because, they needed to be a committee like other committees and be treated like a committee. And, I was hoping it would be done before now, but at least it's finally here and being done. And I think you make them a committee, you're gonna give them new life. You're gonna make them feel they're more a part of the team. And I think they are willing to do things and we just have to give them a task. We still haven't talked about where we might want camping because we know next year it's gonna come up and time moves faster than you think. So I've just seen this group get more life. And I think if we get more life, we might get more members and it might really start to amount to something, but this problem isn't gonna go away. So I'm happy to stay being a part of it if the task force would like me to, and I'd love to see them made a committee.
Thanks, Jim. It's your, two questions. One is, have you and the other members of the task force talked about what you think the ideal size for this committee should be? And two, since you're the one bringing with us as a council, would you like to make the motion to possibly be having one of this committee?
Yeah, I'd be glad to make a motion to transfer them from a homeless task force to a housing committee. And then work on formulating a charge to it, which all counselors should contribute to.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Adrian and Terry. You were racing each other all night.
I definitely support this. I think that this issue is just gonna get worse, and to have a strong committee is gonna be critical. One of the things that I know we're getting to very busy season, but one of the things I want to make sure that we think about is the committee structure as an overall. I sent this, I don't know when we're gonna have it on the agenda to review, but I did put together like a proposed policy for the city committee structure. I want to formalize this. I want to ensure that every committee is uniform in their structure. So what is their charge? What is their work plan? What are their milestones that you need to achieve? And I would like, the proposal is that each committee reports back to the council on a quarterly basis to let us know, did you reach those milestones? Did you hit any barriers? Do you need any resources or guidance, right? So I think committees are so important to our city, and I think this committee is really important. And as you think about your structure and what you all could handle in terms of your projects or whatever, I mean, there's a whole laundry list, right? So we know public restrooms we've talked about. We have the situation table training that you attended, the training up in Berlin. I mean, that kind of like re-energized a whole bunch of folks regionally and in Montpelier. So I would love for the committee to share with us what they could tackle in the next 3 to 6 months. And, I'd like for the council to hold them, like all committees, accountable for the work that they're doing. I think it's important because a whole year can go by and I have no idea what's happening, but I feel like it's really important that the work does get done, and you have a lot of really important work to do. So I support it. I just wanted to make that comment as we think about it as a holistic kind of structure.
Yeah, I support changing this to a committee as well. And I think that I like the idea of quarterly reporting. And I like the idea of a very simple charge, which is to ask the committee to make recommendations to us, because this is why, the value I see in having a homelessness committee is that it can bring together people who have lived experience, people who have expertise, people who have access to information that the city councilors that we don't necessarily have access to. And so can bring that back to us and say, here's what we think, you should try this, you should do that. So I would like to also ask them to be able to respond to ad hoc requests for information or recommendations from us. So if we're dealing with a particular situation, that we could say, let's ask the homelessness committee to weigh in on this and tell us what they think at the next meeting, not waiting till their quarterly report or whatever, but to have them be available to us as a resource.
So I support this committee too. Since Zach, you mentioned about Barry, right? I know that their homelessness committee has a different structure than ours. Ours is mostly like community members, but they have like a service providers. So have you checked their structure too? Like, could it be like a feature of this committee? Like having service providers, not only community members?
I think that there were service providers there. They weren't there in their capacity. My understanding was they were not there in their capacity, although it seemed like they were. I think that this committee brought it, well, to answer your question, it's possible if you were to go that route. I really liked the way we did it with the service providers who came there. And they weren't there in their capacity. You know, they were there because they came out, because as you recall, some of y'all might recall, the task force actually wasn't supposed to be made up as official service provider seats, which may have created some controversy because there are people who came along and had the experience, myself included, and folks like some other folks on there, you know, who had the experience. So I kind of like that. I mean, you can go that other way, Halen, but it
Yeah.
just felt, you know, natural.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you.
There.
Are there any comments from members of the public, either in the room or online? Steve?
Yeah, thanks, Steve Whitaker. Short-term memory is a horrible thing. I persuaded the council 5-6 years ago to create the homelessness task force. It was loaded by staff to a particular staff person who would throw wet blankets on any idea that anybody tried to launch. But their tasks were to quantify how many people are outside, figure out bathrooms, figure out showers, visit lockers, and designated places where people could camp, as well as long-term solution structures advice. Not one of those things has been accomplished. And to now, like, pretend that didn't happen after 5 years, it's kicking the can down the road. It's the engagement of the council, the hypocrisy of the council to create a toilets committee that Zach and Carrie were on, and it never met after 2 years. You know, this is atrocious lack of integrity and governance. And I have recommended, and I continue to recommend, that you just add a homelessness solutions charge as 15% of the budget of the new housing committee. The new housing committee has horsepower on it. And this committee, the homelessness committee, frequently can't even get a quorum. And it's got a lot of people who like to talk about it, but do nothing about it. And I've said that to Zach's face more than once. It's not okay to use it as a pedestal for I'm self-righteous because I care about homeless people. It's about getting the lockers, the showers, the lease with the transit center company changed so that a shower could go in there. You know, we put a shower, it took a year to get a shower in the homelessness shelter up at Country Club Road. That's how ineffective and insincere this council is towards addressing this issue. So giving it a committee is just another placeholder to kick it down the road. You know, it's been an ineffective task force. It's going to be an ineffective committee. And your better solution is to charge the housing committee with also addressing emergency housing. And emergency housing is a fixed set of immediate solutions that need to be done by the time the snow flies, which is yesterday.
Thanks, Steve. Folks, are we ready to vote on the motion or on Jim's motion? If so, All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Uh,
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We've created the homelessness committee.
Not even a chart, right?
Their part of Jim's motion was for the committee to come back with a proposed charge. All right, next up, we have item 1429 Main Street tax stabilization.
Thanks, Zach.
Thanks, Zach.
All right, this is gonna get turned over to Matt, who should be online. And he can give you the details of this tax stabilization request that we received.
Great, and since this is going to be a public hearing while Matt's getting signed up, I'll open the public hearing.
Page 2. Oh, he's not there?
Not seeing him.
I will. Homelessness. All right, so we don't get these very often. So Mike Miller, planning director, we don't get tax stabilization requests too often. The last one we found was back in 2019. And so when we received this request, we kind of had to figure out how the process worked. The request came in from Main Street Apartments LLC, and they own 29 Main Street. We would all probably call it the Walgreens building. And they're having a proposal to go through and renovate that building, move offices to the first floor, and use the second and third floors to put in 15 apartment buildings. And Matt has gone through and the policy, I believe he included the policy in the packet. And he evaluated that in his memo and went through and found that it does meet the requirements of our tax stabilization. And based on the proposed project, the Community Development Department staff recommend the City Council approve tax stabilization contract at 50% of new municipal property taxes on the building for a period of 7 years. Now, this would require two approvals, 2 hearings to have this discussion. I can answer some of the questions on the policy. A lot of the policies are for the tax stabilizations became a lot more black and white and about, you can see the date on it, 2020. So we made, Jack, you were probably there for the other ones. They were a little bit more wishy-washy and a little bit more subjective. And we said, we really, in order to be fair to people, we really have to have rules that say, if you meet these requirements. So the first question for council would have been at the time, do we want to have a tax stabilization policy at all? Answer was yes. Then if we do, these are the rules. And if you meet these rules, then it's more of a checkbox of, are you going to meet these requirements? And so Matt did that evaluation. If you have questions, we did invite them to be here, the owners of the building. They were unable to make it tonight. So they asked that this, if you approve, you close this hearing and warn the second hearing that it would be in December 10th. And they would be here for December 10th if you have questions, but they would prefer to have questions in advance. If there are things that you have questions, then they could prepare answers for.
Thanks, Mike. I can provide a little bit of additional background. As Mike said, when I first got on the council, we already had a tax stabilization policy. It was a little more complicated than what we have now. And there are different tiers for what people could get and apply for. And I saw someone asked a question about, well, do we know that this improvement to this property would only happen if they get the tax stabilization? And we used to have, it was weird. We used to have a but-for test as part of the tax stabilization policy. And the applicant would have to show that they wouldn't have done it without tax stabilization, but then they couldn't apply for tax stabilization until after the work was done. So
Until the permits were in place, so they had to go through the full permit process.
right, so.
But before they started construction, then they
okay.
applied. Yeah.
But it still made no sense. And, and that's pretty much an imponderable for any project, especially since something like this. But so I think that's a good place to leave it, and I'll see if there are any members of the public who would like to address the council on this topic. Anybody in the room would like to address see.
Yeah, I think while we're wrestling with raising taxes on everybody and new requirements and staff crying poor, and despite 77 people at over $100,000, giving tax breaks to wealthy downtown landowners is not in the public interest. Especially, we don't know the value of how much he's going to increase that retail space on the first floor. We know 15 apartments or 16, whatever apartments is a good addition to the downtown to have some ADA compliant apartments. But 7 years, it's not rational to give. In fact, an analysis needs to be done post abatements of the prior grand list of the downtown property owners, then the reappraised grand list of the downtown property owners, and then the net value after the abatements are agreed to. And you're going to see that dollars per square foot, the residents of this town are subsidizing the downtown building owners in many cases. And it's unethical, it's unconscionable that these multimillionaire building owners are getting deep tax breaks while residents' taxes on single family homes are going up to where they're unaffordable to folks. So I'm not saying he shouldn't have any tax break, but somebody should ask where the money's coming from, because Lucky the plumber doesn't earn enough money to buy all the real estate he's buying right now. So who are we really giving the break to here,
Thank you, Steve. Are there any other Oh, Elena, I see you have your hand up.
Hi, Elena Gustavson, Westwood Drive. I think maybe one of the questions that I have, because I am ignorant in the tax stabilization, I've been trying my best to understand it. I'm all for development of our downtown, particularly for making sure that we have affordable housing. One of the questions I have, though, is that, so if I'm understanding the numbers correctly, it's approximately we're giving Main Street LLC a break of about $7,000 a year for 7 years. What is that? 49,000, maybe 50. The question I have is does the city, and maybe this is a question for Kelly, does the city have any say in how that commercial property is developed? I have no issue with the apartments up above. I think it's more, I have a question as somebody who lives in Montpelier, works in Montpelier, how our commercial spaces are being used, given that we have currently several vacant spaces, and what it is that our commercial landlords are doing to fill those spaces in order to make sure that we don't look like a town of blight, or even that we are filling our commercial spaces with businesses that add to the value of our community. So I'm asking that out of immense ignorance of understanding our tax stabilization process and just kind of generally how our commercial landlords are treated in town. So I don't know if Kelly, if that's a question for you or for somebody else, but I would just put that out there.
Thanks, Elena. I think I see Mike leaning forward eagerly to answer that question.
So yes, so the commercial spaces have been difficult to fill. I mean, there are different people who own different buildings. In this case is a good example. So it has a vacant first floor, but it has offices on the second floor. And so really what they're kind of doing is what we would hope they would do, which is to reactivate. Now, we don't have retail on the first floor, but putting offices back on the first floor is a good thing. We now have the lights will be on the first floor. And then we're converting the second and third floors to apartments. So because this is currently retail with commercial offices above. You can fill commercial offices, you can't fill retail very well. So they're pulling those down and gonna make the building fully utilized, which from an economic development standpoint is what we would want to see. That's it for me.
You don't have to stop if you're not finished.
No,
but-
and so that was, and the cost from, keep in mind that there is no reduction in taxes that they pay. So they're gonna continue to pay what that building has been paying all along. The $600,000 or whatever it is, they're estimating $600,000 worth of improvements. That's the part that's gonna be stabilized, and that allows them to get an opportunity to get the spaces activated and get income coming in to cover those costs. And to basically also provide an incentive. Other communities have tax stabilizations, and when people have money, they can invest in purchasing a building in Montpelier. This person, the group here, Main Street Apartments LLC, purchased this building in order to make this renovation happen. So they've invested in this, and their hope is to make that conversion and to help them with the bottom line. The tax stabilization is one of those elements that we can help them make that bottom line investment.
Since we're still in the public hearing, I just want to see if there are any other members of the public who would like to address us on this before I close the public hearing and go to council discussion. And seeing none and hearing none, I will close the public hearing and go to council discussion. Did you have your name up or?
Yeah,
I think you
to
did.
get clarity on, I just want to make sure that everybody's like crystal clear on this, that if we were to grant the tax stabilization for 7 years, the owner of this building would continue to pay the assessed value, right? Would pay the exact same amount of taxes that they're paying right now, plus whatever improvements they put in. If once it was reassessed after the improvements were put in, they pay 50% of the increment of the increased value. So there's like no way that this is currently, I mean, the only way that there's no way that this is costing money. It's a win-win, and it's incentivizing housing development in our downtown, which is exactly what we want. And then just the last thing, pet peeve, like Walgreens, right? Like this is what happens when chain stores take over downtown retail businesses that are driven by shareholders and not commitment to our community, right? They're gone. And so what we have is a local business owner who's investing in our community. And I think that it has a greater chance of stability than a chain store that is shareholder driven and leaves when things get tough.
Thanks, Ben. Carrie, go ahead, AJ.
Well, Elena's question was answered. I was also curious, was she asking about like, oh, Elena, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the bottom floor, were you asking about like zoning and like what the city's control of what they do with that?
I think that I'm pushing a little bit on that piece of it. I mean, what I'm hearing Ben say is that, and what I think I'm also hearing Mike say is that the tax stabilization occurs basically on any improvements that happen beyond the assessed tax value of the property currently. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So then my next question is we currently have we have vacant commercial properties that are happening in Montpelier, and for various reasons. And one of the concerns I have, like I look at Langdon Street, which Main Street Apartments owns that block, and we have at least one empty commercial property there that hasn't been filled, and another one that we're not quite sure what that is there. Then we have other commercial vacancies throughout town. And so my question, I think, is to understand, like, when we talk about tax stabilization and we're incentivizing developers, small developers, essentially, which is what it sounds like is what's happening with Main Street Apartments. You know, they're trying to develop a commercial property. Does the city have any stake in how that commercial property is being developed? Is there an ordinance? Is there structure or process with what happens there? And the reason I ask that is that we only have a handful of commercial landlords that own the properties downtown. So it's essentially in their hands how downtown is developed. Does that clarify for you, Adrian?
Yeah, so are you asking, like, can we control if another cannabis store goes in, or a massage parlor, or like?
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking that when you grant these requests for tax stabilization, although I'm hearing from Mike that it doesn't happen very often, because it is up to you as city council whether or not to give that. Do you ever put out any kind of requests as to how they're going to develop the commercial property?
The answer to that is yes, because the tax stabilization policy, which is probably in the city council packet, although I assume you haven't read it, but the tax stabilization policy has a list of criteria, and for each criterion that you meet, that gives you either more or less tax stabilization, so that you can, if you're developing affordable housing, that gives you an additional year. If you're doing net zero, that gives you an additional year. So it does provide us with a mechanism to encourage things that when we adopted this policy, we think are beneficial to the city.
Can I just add
Yes.
one other piece for the basis to get into tax stabilization? One of the key gates you have to get through is the real property renovations are estimated at more than $400,000, and the renovations will produce 5 or more commercial residential units, and that's what this one qualifies for. So it's just not something that anybody can get. You have to make a substantial addition to the downtown in order to qualify for the tax stabilization piece of that.
Carrie, you had your hand up,
Yeah,
and then Jim.
Thank you. I have several questions, so I don't know if I want me to ask them all now and
sure
take a lot of time. Okay, if the proposal is to grant an additional year of tax stabilization based on the projection that the value will go up at least $600,000. What if it doesn't go up that much more? Do they lose that year, or how does that, or do they still just get the 7 years, or do they only get 6?
I think that's a question I'm gonna have to hold on to and see whether this is something that whether the 600,000 is in the policy as a specific line, or if there's just a requirement of a certain amount, but and whether that's been checked with, because we checked. I know Matt already met with the assessor to talk about the numbers to make sure everything worked, but I can't specifically answer that one. That's a good one. So
Okay.
Number 5, I'll have to get back to you on.
Okay, that's fine. So my next question is just to get really clear about how future taxes work. So in year 1, the property is worth $600,000 or less, or whatever it is worth. It's worth $1 million, and then it goes up by 600,000. So they're paying the taxes on what it's currently assessed at, plus 50% of whatever extra. But then in a following year or after another citywide reappraisal, when the value of the property goes up, how do we continue to calculate what part of that, what portion of that is stabilized? That makes sense?
Yep. And I will refer to, because as we said, we have these already on the books. We still have existing ones. And so I'm sure, and we went through reappraisal, so I'm sure Marty has a formula for how it works, whether it's a percentage of the base goes up and top goes up. I'm sure he's got a formula for it.
And then my last one is actually not a question. It's, I think it's just an opinion that I'm expressing. That if these housing units were used for short-term rentals, I would, and I knew that was gonna happen, I would say no to this. And I know that the policy doesn't give us any actual authority to say you have to use the property in these certain ways. I imagine that their policy didn't anticipate short-term rentals when they talk about housing. But that is a real concern of mine. 15 one-bedroom apartments in downtown, I would say there's a very good chance that someone's got a plan for short-term rentals or could. And so I would want some assurance that that's not going to happen and that these are going to be rented to people who live in the community and are here year-round. But
I'll pass that along.
They're actually-
I'll pass that along to the owners and maybe they can provide an answer at the next meeting.
I also think there might be, it says residential units. I don't know if short-term rentals would be considered residential as opposed to.
They are.
Like hotel rooms are considered residential?
But they're not, they're different than.
No, I know, but we should figure that out. We should
have
figure
a
that
lot to
out.
talk about with short-term.
Yeah. Jim, you're still muted.
I'm gonna give Carrie some advice on my 25 years of living downtown. Downtown residents turn over very quickly. You know, I lived in a building that was, it was pretty less turnover because Dave Kelly is such a good landlord, or was such a good landlord when he owned it. But the buildings around me were constantly changing. People, it's kind of a short-term thing. They're there to get into the city, but they want to get somewhere where there isn't so much noise. After a while, the noise starts to bother people and they want to move out. So they're not apt to be long-term residents in a lot of the downtown apartments anyway. My question is, and Steve is right, what is happening with the business owners, the building owners downtown has been happening since way back in my time. It is slowly shifted all these years to more on the residents from the business downtown owners. And one of the reasons is they can hire better lawyers to fight the tax assessment and get their numbers down easier than the common person can. So that's been, I mean, Chris Smart brought that up when he was on the council, gosh, back in the early 2000s. He said, this is happening, it's slowly erosion, and it is. We pay a lot more per square foot in our houses than they do in their buildings downtown, and it's gradually gotten worse every year. So my question is, where does 7 come from? Is that just a random number? Is there a reason why it's 7? Does it have to be 7?
You want me just to walk through?
Sure.
So
Yep.
the analysis, so what it is, once you've gotten into the award, so when I mentioned the 400,000 and 5 or more commercial residential units, that qualified for the base 5-year tax stabilization. And then there are some other requirements that they have to meet that they did. And then there's an analysis for additional years, and this is written out explicitly in the tax stabilization policy. And in your agenda packet on the second page of Matt's memo, it goes through an analysis of criteria of additional years. And number one, the city is not seeking to lease or acquire any portion of the building, so they don't get any bonus for that. The project will not meet exceptional aesthetic standards, so they don't get any bonus. The project will not include unique significant public amenities, so they don't get any additional. I mean, there are things they could have done to have gotten more benefit, but they chose not to. The project will result in a net increase of 15 or more residential units within the city. That gives them a bonus 1 year, or them. At the commencement of the contract term, the real property or addition will be assessed at more than $600,000, so that adds 1 year. The project will not result in 20 full-time jobs, so +0, will not result in net zero, +0, will not preserve historic architectural features, +0, and the project will not include environmental improvements, +0. So the 2 additional years they got were for increasing for 15 residential units, and increasing the amount of investment.
Thank you, Mike.
Any thoughts? We're at the point where we can't adopt this now. We can't approve this now. What we can do now is take a motion to set it for another public hearing, and that would be set for December 10th. But if anyone has any other thoughts they'd like to get out now, I'm happy to hear them.
I'm sorry, Jack, the motion would be, I move to set another public hearing on December 10th around this tax stabilization question. So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Great. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Mike. Item number 15, home health and hospice.
So we do have a few folks on the Zoom from Home Health and Hospice for this request. And so I'm going to hand it over to Emily, who's turned her screen on. And I think I saw maybe Susan as well, but oh, there you go. Okay, perfect. So this is a sort of annual request that we receive from Home Health and Hospice to waive signatures for the town meeting warning, so long as the appropriation is level fund. There's a little bit more history to that that we were provided with earlier today, but essentially we're just looking to validate that request, and I'll leave it to Emily and Susan to take it away.
Thank you so much. My name is Emily McKenna. As Kelly said, I am the Chief Advancement Officer at Central Vermont Home Health and Hospice. My colleague Sandy Roos, who is the President and CEO of CVHHH, is also on. And it's possible I can't see all the names that Mary Kate Molman is also on. She is a Montpelier resident and the chair of CVHHH's board. As Kelly said, we're here tonight to request that our town funding request be put directly on the ballot for voters for town meeting day in 2026. And I have a presentation, just a brief presentation, if I can share that. Is that possible?
Yes, it's possible to share your screen. And while you're doing that, Sandy, apologies that I called you Susan.
So I think this should, okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Now we can, yes.
Oh, super. Okay. Just to level set, CVHHH, we are a full service, not-for-profit visiting nurse association. We provide medically necessary home health care, hospice care, regardless of a person's ability to pay. In addition, we have an outpatient consultative palliative care program. We have maternal and family child health care and long-term care. We've been caring for Central Vermonters since 1911. And again, we bring care to people at home, and we do it regardless of a person's ability to pay. What does this mean for residents of Montpelier? In 2025, we will deliver or make 7,000 visits to 360 residents of Montpelier at home. We serve more individuals in Montpelier than we do in any of the other communities we serve, except for Barry City. Put another way, Montpelier residents make up about 13% of our total patient population, and 15% of the visits that we provide across our service area are to Montpelier residents. And this is one of the testimonials I'll share this evening, just to show that the care that we provide does make a real positive impact. This is Joe and his wife and their cat. We took a picture of them in their home in Montpelier. Joe is living with advanced kidney disease, and when we connected with him, he had decided to stop seeking treatment. Joe shared with me when we had a conversation that it had been really difficult for him to feel like his physicians were listening to his needs, and that when he finally connected with us and with Kelly Elwell, who's the nurse practitioner who oversees our outpatient palliative care program, that he finally felt like he was connecting with someone who was listening to him. And as his quote says, she seemed to really listen to my goals and what I wanted. And over the course of our conversation, you could tell how grateful he was for that opportunity to understand, his disease process and progression, and to put an advanced care plan in place with Kelly Elwell's support. Over the past several years, we have continued to meet an increasing demand for services in Montpelier. For example, looking back at 2023, 24, and 25, we cared for more patients in Montpelier in 2025 than we did in 2023 and 24. Specifically, we increased the visits for patients enrolled in our home health and hospice programs, and especially saw a jump in the clients who were enrolled and taking advantage of that outpatient palliative care consultative program. Just a little bit of history. CVHHH has kept its town funding request in Montpelier level at $23,500 since 2020, and that's what we are asking the town and the voters to vote on town meeting day in 2026. I think it's important to share that we have had consistent, strong support from Montpelier residents and voters over the past 5 years. Over 90% of residents have voted in favor of our funding request. And to wrap it up, I wanted to share another testimonial from Tom McClay. Tom is the retired chair and CEO of National Life. He's a major supporter of CVHHH, and he's serving as the honorary chair of our year-end appeal, a position he said he is serving in part on behalf of his late wife, Charlotte. Charlotte McClay served for several terms on our board. She was a really vocal, passionate advocate of our work in the community, and she served as a volunteer. As you can see in the quote, Tom had many nice things to say about the value of the care we provide, and essentially boiled it down to, in Central Vermont, we help one another out. It's just what we do. And for him to serve as the chair of our appeal, I think says a lot about his faith in our work and its value in the community. So that's the presentation. And again, as I said, when we opened, we wanted to confirm that we can put our town funding request directly on the ballot, which we have done for the past several years.
Thanks, Emily.
Yeah,
So again,
thank you.
the only thing you're requesting of us tonight is to say we're putting your request on the ballot and not requiring you to go out and collect petitions.
Correct. Yeah.
Council members have any questions or thoughts?
Just grateful for the work.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Harry.
I'm very grateful for the work also, and I'm a huge fan of hospice, and I think it's crucial, and the work that you're doing is obviously necessary. But for me, this brings up concerns about equity and about our overall funding priorities. So it has nothing to do with CVHHH, but we have a very clear process for getting something on the ballot. So if you're not included in the city budget, you can collect signatures and get on the ballot and see if the voters will give you money. And that's a pretty equitable process in that anybody can do that and get themselves on the ballot. And so if we're going to make an exception to that and then just put a funding request on the ballot, it should be because we have decided as a city council that we want to fund this. Or that it meets our priorities, or that it's a way to get the work of the city done that we recognize is better done by an outside organization who can provide hospice care. So we might say that, you know, we should outsource this. My preference would be that anything that we think we should do should be in the city budget and not on the ballot. But we don't have a clear process for all of this right now. And so I would like us to get really clear about why we would grant a waiver on getting signatures to one group and not to another. And I just don't think we have any criteria for that.
Do you have an answer?
I don't, I mean, we certainly can bring something back. I think it's a discussion point that you've raised in terms of making sure that there is equity within the budget process. And so we certainly can consider that. You know, I will say that, you know, we in the Wayback Machine, so we'd have to do a little bit of research on this, but just to kind of provide some context, we did have several entities that were, you know, in sort of the community fund process. And some like CVHH were, you know, they're larger appropriations. And so that they were separated out from that process. And that's how this sort of came to be as an individual item. You know, certainly if that is the direction that council would like to go in terms of, you know, reviewing, you know, what the process is for putting folks on the ballot. I do also wonder if you might also have a similar consideration for the library. So just, that's another, you know, item that, I mean, again, it's the service level provision. So there would be probably a similar process that we would want to talk about. And, you know, in the last year, they did seek an increase. And so that's just sort of a measure that we've kind of used year over year, is that if it's a level fund appropriation, then it stands because we have been funding it historically. But if you'd like more of a process around this, then, you know, we certainly can look into that.
So.
I recall a rather long history of this relationship involving CDHHH and the library, although it's so long a history that I can't remember all the details, but we have sort of switched the way we do this a number of times over the years. I'm certainly willing to review it. I would prefer to pass this year and review it for future, my personal preference. But I think that history is accessible somewhere. I mean, we can pick it up.
Anybody else have any thoughts? Ellen, were you raising your hand?
No, I would just ask that it's an annual request, which means that we've been doing this, right? So that's why I agree with Sal, just like pass this one or vote to decide. Then as Carrie is asking for, yeah, let's have a really clear structure so everybody understands what's happening and we can just move forward.
Thanks, Ellen. Jim?
First of all, I would like to thank the organization. You helped me with my mother during her dying days. As a person who has an aggressive cancer himself, I think you're a terrific organization, and I have no problem because you don't increase it. It's gonna pass. We know it's gonna pass. And so I'm totally for this. I mean, cancer is something that is pretty widespread. And I want to tell you that there's going to be another group that's going to come to you and ask for this. And that's the Meals on Wheels group. It's called Feast right now, but we're going to change the name because people don't know what feast means. So, but the Meals on Wheels, which is run out of the senior center at a loss that the senior center picks up, they're going to come and ask for a ballot request that does not have to be done with signatures, so. That's another one. So, but this one's been on a long time. This one was on way back in all my years. It just never came close to getting defeated. It's cancer. I mean. And thank you for what you do, CVHHH. You really helped me with my mother.
Thanks, Jim. Kelly, you have yours? No, okay. Anybody else?
Brief comment.
Yes.
I think you heard that you want to do it equitably. You voiced the concern if we don't do our parade fees equitably, we'll face a lawsuit. You know, it's not fair that the library has to scramble with pages and pages of petitions, you know, and you're just like, oh, sure, you can skip the petition. You ought to do it uniformly or not. And I think that's how you ended up with a policy a few years ago, and I don't recall all the machinations of that. But I don't think it's appropriate to be tossing out favors. How many organizations are out there scrambling, wondering if they're gonna meet their petition thresholds? And time is running out. So
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, and I think the difference probably is that the library asked for an increase, and so they didn't qualify under our policy, even though it's not written down anywhere. That
everybody's caught flat out.
Dave.
And they're doing more for the homeless than y'all are.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go.
Hey, this is like voting on Mother Teresa. Are you kidding? Those guys are great. CVHHH, I want you to hear me. Because of you, my mother, who was a lifelong smoker and ate carbohydrates 10 times a day, lived to be 95. And because of you, my father lived to be 98. So how much are they worth? Oh, they're worth more than 23,000 to me. So I support them in every way, shape, and form. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Folks, does anyone want to make a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the request to waive the need for a petition to put CVHHH funding request on the ballot.
Is there, okay. Any debate? You know, someone could, if this passes, someone could make another motion to say, let's take a bigger view at this entire policy before we get anywhere close to budget season next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think Carrie's point is well made and well taken. You know, I think it warrants taking a look at it to make sure that it's equitable, but you know, given where we are this year in the history of this, I have no problem voting for it this year, but I do think it's worth taking a look at the policy.
Anything else before you vote? Carrie.
I'm saying I'm just gonna vote no, not because I don't want to fund it, but because of all the reasons that I said before. It's really a matter of principle. I do think that the city should contribute money to CVHHH. I think it's a very appropriate use of city funds. I would love to see it as part of the budget. Same with the library. I think they should be part of our city budget. It's really kind of weird to me that we make the library ask for money separately, but that's how we do it here. So, so I will vote no, but it's not because I don't want to support CVHHH, and I will do what I can to try to get that conversation going about what to do in the future.
Thanks, Carrie. Okay, I'll call the roll. Adrian?
Yeah.
Ben?
Yes.
Carrie?
No.
Jim?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sal?
No.
All right. Thanks for coming in, folks. The motion passed.
Thank you so much.
Time for city council reports. I'll start with you, Jim, because I can't see you, so I want to make sure I don't miss you.
Okay, I didn't really have enough time to finish, but a medical condition I will only come to meetings when I feel it's absolutely necessary. Especially with the time change. My eyes have gotten worse driving down, especially around 6:15. is in the dark, is told, I did not drive for 7 years before at the nighttime before I got on the council, so it's very hard for me to drive at night. I don't mind so much the late night one driving home because there's less cars, less people. But I'm pretty much going to be attending by Zoom until the next time change. But if I do feel it's necessary for me to come down, I'll make the up. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. I hope for whatever the best possible outcome is. Adrian. Carrie. Ben. Oh, I'm sorry, Sal. I'm sorry. I was going too fast.
No, just a brief update on the RFQ. We had a site meeting on the weekend, or on Friday, I guess it was. Was it Thursday? My, how time flies. We had a pretty good showing. Maybe 20 people. Some companies brought more than one representative. It looks like we have some interest from a couple, which is good news. And we're looking forward to the, putting the RFP together to come up with proposals in December. So
thanks, Sal. Now, Ben.
Yeah, I would just quickly report, I think it was last week, it might have been the week before, but the Resiliency Commission had an event at Vermont College of Fine Arts, kind of marking the 2-year anniversary of the forming of the commission. It was just a kind of review of the work that had been done, the partnerships that have been formed, and kind of the next steps. It was a 2-year charge for the commission, so the commission officially is kind of in winding down, but John Copans is going to continue on and bridge some partnerships that we'll be announcing soon. But I just want to say, I think we had about 120 people there, and it was a community meal. Turns out food really brings people out, and it was a really nice event. It was really nice to see people, a couple of years after the flood, still committed to thinking about how do we have a resilient community. And it was gratifying actually to see a lot of the work that has been done and is in the works. And Kelly was there and represented the city very well. It was a nice event.
Thanks, Ben. Helen.
No report.
Okay, and no mayor's report tonight. City clerk?
A couple things. One, just a reminder that there are consecutive BCA and BOA meetings. Sorry, I'm staring at my screen because I have notes. Although the evidentiary part of one of the meetings of the BOA is still open, assuming you all show up, you can't vote on the final decision for the appeals unless you were there, or if you had viewed the video from the first part of the meeting. You can come, however, and be part of the quorum and be part of discussion. And I can resend out that video link if anybody wants. And I also want to take a second. I want to be cognizant and fair to Stephen's concerns that he expressed at the break about whether the city council can and or must act to waive service for legal papers, or if they even have the authority. But poking around the internet, so take this with a huge grain of salt because I need to talk to the attorney, it looks like the council may need to designate an official person to specifically receive legal papers like this, either me or the treasurer or the manager, because nobody automatically is. I thought it was automatically me. And as far as waiving service, not required to take it up, probably would have to warn it as action. Anyways, it's not a definitive source, so I want to get this right. I'm going to talk to the lawyer.
Thanks, John. Manager's report.
So just a few things, and it's a couple of IOUs. It's been super busy. And so we'll keep things running along here, but during sort of the homelessness committee, there was reference to the committee policy follow-up. And so we are going to be doing that. I mentioned this, I think, even last time, that we're going to get the subcommittee together for one last, event here. And so I've got to wrangle that. And so my apologies for the delay, but it is in the works. So I just wanted to note that. The public service awards, okay, when we talked about the first meeting in December being when we would bring sort of that forward. So we're going to work to that end. But I just wanted to put that out there as a reminder. The legislative delegation, I'm working on getting them in December. And so I looked at our committee list and I couldn't believe it, but we didn't actually appoint counselors to the legislative subcommittee. So what I would propose doing, and we can certainly take this up at the next meeting, which is next week if needed, but it's just having the prior counselors from those districts to serve in that capacity once more. And so I'll check in with folks and make sure that that's okay, but we'll just hopefully move along so that we don't have to have another agenda item, because I'm trying to, smooth things out here. And then the last thing that I just wanted to mention that's on the list is we did have that really lovely event with Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission associated with homelessness, and there are several follow-ups associated with that. So, and Zach referenced that as well. And so while we work on the committee charge and on the committee structure, hoping that we can bring some of those ideas into that as well. So it's on my list of things to do. I haven't lost sight of it. I just wanted to put that out there. So that's what I've got. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. All right. And with no other business before us, we are adjourned at 10:25 PM.